Good morning. I'd like to call the order of the Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections.
That will call for closed sessions items 1A through E. And is there any public comment on these? Public comment? So with that, we will recess for closed session and return around 10:30. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you. And Diego, will you please give us the Spanish interpretation services announcement?
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams, you want to lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Do we have any additions or corrections?
We do. Under general consent, item for number 26, we'll be removing that item as it's a duplicate of item number 13, excuse me. And then we also have an adjournment to adjourn in memory of Max Garcia submitted by Supervisor Alejo.
I'm hoping we can add one more to adjourn in memory of Bill Gittler from King City. Thank you.
Thank you. And we see we have several ceremonial resolutions. On here, I believe Supervisor Alejo, you're presenting one, I'm presenting two. I don't think there's any others. Is there any public comment on these resolutions? I see none. Motion from the board? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for the resolutions. And let's see, maybe I can do my two first here. So October 14th to November 22nd is Monterey County Employee Giving Campaign of 2024. And the County of Monterey is proud to launch this campaign for all of its employees and every department. The campaign endeavors to support our communities and advance our strategic initiatives. The campaign is supported by executive and coordinator committees representing management and labor, as well as United Way, which is the lead nonprofit agency. Using the Monterey County Employee Giving Campaign Charitable Guide, employees of the county can plan their end-of-year giving conveniently in several ways, including direct donations and payroll deductions. And so today, the county is pleased to augment our employees' concerns with making a difference through kindness and dignity. And I'll pass this resolution on to you. Lori, do you have some things you want to say?
So, thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. I'm Lori Medina. I'm the Director of Social Services and joined here by our partners from United Way and our co-chair, Sue Chapman, who also is the public defender. We just really want to express our appreciation for all the support through the years for the Employee Giving Campaign. And this year, our theme is empowering our community through generosity. And we do know that our employees really do have that spirit of community, and even in the toughest of times, always extend themselves and go above and beyond to help others in need and our community. Every little bit counts. There's going to be activities going on through November 22nd. Today is our kickoff. The campaign will conclude November 22nd, and all through that month, we'll be having activities. You'll see things on our website, which is on the Infonet, so employees can go and find out more. Again, every little bit counts. As Supervisor Church said, you can do one-time donations. You can do automatic payroll deduction through the year. I do that, barely miss anything. So you can also participate in some of the one-time fundraisers. Some of the departments actually challenge each other or have events supporting particular charities that they want to support as well. So just thank you, and please do participate in whatever way you can. It really does matter.
Thank you, Lori. I'm Linda Patrick. I'm with United Way Monterey County, and just on behalf of all of the federations in United Way Monterey County, we thank the county for the support. Again, empowering our community through these donations is so impactful. And I want a special thank you to Lori Medina and Susan Chapman and Brianna Rio from the county, who have been amazing partners and have supported this campaign. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Chapman, Public Defender. I do want to urge you all to be active in this campaign. It's supposed to be fun and interactive, and we encourage you to band together not only with your departments, but partner with other departments in your fundraising activities. I want to take a moment to do a special shout out to those who are working behind the scenes. Brianna Rico, who's my admin secretary confidential, Sandra Silva, Gerardo Perez, Eddie Urena, and Gabriel and Nick, all from IT, Melissa Fanning and Marcela Barbosa, Krista Lopez, and our coordinators who work tirelessly throughout the year trying to put together this very successful campaign. So thank you and have a good time. Super.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I make a quick comment? Yes, please. Thank you. I want to thank, first of all, the leadership, both from United Way as well as our own internal, with Sue and Lori, taking this challenge on. We are so fortunate in our community to have a plethora of nonprofit organizations that really are committed to helping people. And the difference that your contribution makes really makes the people who need the help, their lives are much, much better. I agree with what the church just said recently, which is that, you know, it doesn't, a little bit goes a long way, and you sort of don't see it at the very beginning. So I encourage you to get involved. But I think it was Susan Chapman who made this comment, and that is that this is also fundraising. There is so much fun that goes on when the campaign is in order, if some of you may not have participated in the past, but from wonderful burrito sales to all kinds of dessert sales, and it's not just food-oriented. The creativity that comes out of the various departments really is amazing. But I encourage everyone, beginning with us as the supervisors. We're the leaders of the county, and it starts from the top and goes all the way through. So I really hope that you will be willing to join the campaign. And I know this is the last one that I'll be participating in as a county employee. And I hope that this is an extremely successful one. So thank you all so, so much.
So the next resolution is for Eric Tynan. Eric, why don't you come on up here, and maybe the board want to come up here too, or we want to come up here? You guys want to come up whenever, or later, or whenever, whatever your call. You're the man of the honor. Yeah. So Eric is been running the Castro Community Service District for the last 24 years. I believe you've been in water operations for about 28, if about something like that. So 24 of the 28 have been in Castroville. And during his tenure as general manager, he's implemented numerous transformational changes in management and operations in the district, including bringing a new deep well online, increasing the district reserves from $1.25 million in 2000 to $17 million today, without incurring any additional debt, by the way, which is quite an accomplishment to raise that up. You've been able to install automatic meter readers and all the water meters, freeing up your limited staff really for other duties. reducing water pumping by 20% from the year 2000 to now. Eric's initiated 4 LAFCO measures over the years, including basically consolidating the district to what it is now and growing it and expanding it. He's dealt with bringing storm drains, street lights, recreational funding, graffiti abatement, and stormwater under the jurisdiction of the district. In addition to street light, water, and sanitation districts were extended to North Monterey County High School, communities of Monte del Lago, and Chispas Morro Coho community. I can personally attest my own self to Eric's real commitment to the community. He's pretty much everywhere. He's a regular visitor to my office in Castroville. He's pointing out, well, you know what? This isn't the district's issue. This is going to be the county's issue. And he's pointing out illegally parked vehicles and for vehicle abatement, illegal dumping. And my favorite is he makes sure that he keeps cans of paint on hand so he can personally go out and clean up the graffiti. And I mean, you really want a hands-on general manager. That's what Eric has been. And, he's going to be missed. And in many ways, I think he's really irreplaceable because of just his dedication and his hard work in there. And I have a hunch, though, because you're a resident of Castroville, we're probably still going to see you from time to time in my office. So, Eric, I want to give you this resolution and also let you have a few minutes to speak, or I can hold the resolution, let you speak, however you like to do this.
Thanks. All right. I'd like to thank Supervisor Church and the supervisors for the support they've given Castroville. Cosme Padilla, my board president, he hired me in 2000, and Ron Stephanie, my vice president. He's been a real leader in the community. If I've been successful, it's only because they backed me up so much. I got a great staff. I'm still going to be involved a little bit. I live 150 feet away from the office. But Castroville's, it's big enough to be challenging, but small enough to be really intimate. Everybody kind of knows each other. So it's been a real blessing to be able to work there. That's all I got.
I'll give this to you then. Here.
All right. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present this resolution recognizing October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I want to call up Faye Bates, the chair of the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council. Any other members here you want to bring up? But yeah, if you could all come up. First of all, I want to say, recognize the work that is done by a lot of our advocates addressing domestic violence, but especially the District Attorney's Office for what they do to bring justice to victims. But this is about prevention, making people do the right decisions. And this is also special to me because prior to getting to politics, I worked not on the criminal court, but in the family law court, where we assisted thousands of mostly women and children who were seeking out restraining orders because of domestic violence situations. We also had civil harassment restraining orders and the workplace violence restraining orders as well. But this resolution reads, in 1987 was the first year October was recognized nationally as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in order to inform and bring to light the issues surrounding domestic violence. Domestic violence is a pattern of abusive behavior that can be physical, sexual, mental, emotional, or economic that is used to gain and maintain power and control over an intimate partner. Domestic violence can happen to anyone, regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, race, socioeconomic status, or religion, affecting families, communities, and society as a whole. The prevalence of domestic violence continues to rise as nearly 10 million incidents of domestic violence occur each year. The importance of prevention through education from local and national agencies and empowering of a community to develop and maintain healthy relationships remains of utmost significance. The Domestic Violence Coordinating Council of Monterey County will be presenting a conference on domestic violence titled From Harm to Hope, Tackling Gun and Domestic Violence on October 25th, 2024, thus educating and creating awareness in our county by reaching out to the community-based agencies, government agencies, and community members. Therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents, recognize the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the County of Monterey and call upon the residents to participate by building healthy relationships and eliminating intimate partner violence. So with that, our Board of Supervisors wants to present this resolution to all of you, and thank you for all your leadership here in our county. If we can give them a big round of applause, everyone, and then I'll pass the mic here.
Thank you so much. So my name is Faye, and I'm the Sexual Assault Response Team Coordinator here in Monterey County. And I'm here with Veronica, who is from the Family Justice Center in King City, which is something that's relatively new to our county and serves the people of South County, which is a greatly needed service. And then, of course, other members of the DVCC, which has been in operation here in Monterey County for over 20 years. And we are a group of agencies and organizations who seek to provide a response to domestic violence to community members in Monterey County. And we do that through coordination, prevention services, and also intervention as well. So we really want to say thank you very much for bringing the issue of domestic violence to awareness, and then also to the continued support from the Board of Supervisors, to the DVCC, and all our individual organizations as well. So thank you very much.
County Superintendent, give her the mic.
No, just want to echo the thank you support of the DVCC. As you can imagine, the great work that happens through coordinating all of the services throughout the county really, truly is making a difference. So thank you for your support and for lifting up this month in this way.
All right, let's take a picture. Let's move more to the center. You can move a little bit this way. Yeah, so we get right to the center, yeah. Got the doggies.
I know, they make every picture better.
These are the rock stars, yeah. All right, thank you, everybody. Oh, one. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, like always. Thank you.
We'll move on to appointments. We have one appointment to make.
Just for the record, I'm going to step away for this appointment. I have to recuse myself from this one. Thank you.
Okay. It's somebody he's close to.
Yes, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. This is an appointment to the Resources Conservation District of Monterey County Board of Directors as an at-large member to fill an unexpired term. And this is one of those appointments where there's the separate agency and the Board of Supervisors makes the appointments. And I was trying to look on the website for the RCD to find out about the appointing, the bylaws, but some of the questions so it would be helpful, I think, in these cases where we're the appointing authority to have attached to the appointment what the appointing authority is and what the guidelines are, just to make sure. I know that the clerk double checks all of that, but in the future, just for my edification so that we can see what the process is. And the questions that I had specific to this one, is this required to be advertised through the MADI process when it's an unexpired vacancy, similar to how county appointments are? And if it was it listed? How are these vacancies advertised? I didn't see it advertised on the RCD website they have a set of notifications that they put out. So I was curious how it was advertised. Yeah, those were the questions that I had. I don't know if anyone has any information about that. But again, it's kind of the standing question that a lot of times we have these appointments that the board makes. But I would just really love if someone, when these come through, if we could be just checking and asking that question and providing additional information on the agenda when they show up.
This is Valerie Ralph. I'm the clerk to the Board of Supervisors, and I'm checking right now to see how we received the announcement of this vacancy and if we did post it regarding complying with the MATI Act. Maybe we can trail this so I can check.
Okay. Let me see. Is there any other comments from the board? I need to go out.
If we're
Yes,
gonna
go right
come
ahead,
back to-
Supervisor.
I'm willing to move forward. I think the questions about posting, I'm fine with staff looking at, but I'm ready to move forward. I just want to speak on behalf of Jasmine Lopez. I attended a recent Resource Conservation District meeting here in Salinas. I was able to do a tour. I was enlightened about the wide range of services they do provide, from engaging on the Rundle cleanup of the Salinas River, but more recently even managing community gardens in places like Natividad Creek Park, and I think they get another one in Seaside. And I think Jasmine Lopez brings a lot of assets, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, a lot of good networks throughout the Salinas Valley. But talk about somebody who really knows about plants and about bees, and I think she would really be an asset serving on this board. So I just want to commend her recruitment, and I think she would be an asset to the Resource Conservation District. And just, I guess, to Supervisor Assayu's questions in the future, if we need just a clear process, I'm fine with that. But the person who's here before us and who's actually already attending meetings as a member of the public, I think deserves a shot to serve in this role.
And to clarify, I'm happy to support Jasmine's appointment. I've read her resume, and I believe she's going to be greatly qualified. I just ask this question about every one of these appointments that comes up, and I would love to have someone paying closer attention as they come up to make sure that we are following process and ensuring that adequate notice is being made so that anyone in the community knows about appointments and has the opportunity to apply. Thank you.
Could I ask another process question on this? Because of the relationship between this potential board member and a member of the Board of Supervisors, when items come up regarding the Resource Conservation District, would Supervisor Lopez have to recuse himself?
I'm going to give you a lawyer answer, which is it depends on what the item is doing, not necessarily.
Thank you.
And it looks like we received the request from a Paul Robbins, who submitted the nomination, yeah.
And he's the director of the Conservation District.
Okay. I want to take this out to the public as well. Is there any public comment on this matter? I see no public comment. We'll close that then. Bring back here to the board for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. This would be, pause here for a moment till Supervisor Lopez gets back in so we can take part in the consent calendar. We have items 19 through 27. Is there any public comment on these matters in the consent calendar? There is some public comment. I see nobody in the chambers or somebody online.
Yes, the CCA, Center for Community Advocacy, has their hand raised.
Yes. If you want to speak on one of the items in the consent calendar, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, actually, it was the item before, but you guys went so fast and no one saw my hand up. My name is Natalie Herendeen. I'm the executive director for the Center for Community Advocacy and their attorney. And I would have absolutely applied to be on the Resource and Conservation Board if I had been aware of it. I don't think most people are aware of how to do this, how to apply and where to get the information. I consider myself a fairly well-informed individual, but I had no idea, and that's something that I would have been deeply concerned and deeply honored to be on. And so if there's still an opportunity to have these appointments, I think it would be wonderful for us to know and for there be a way for us community members to get more involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I would suggest just trying to follow the Resource Conservation District's agenda. They do have vacancies that come up periodically, and for you or for anybody else, if you have a particular interest in any vacancy in a county and any committee, they're always looking for people to apply. Just advertisements might happen and be noticed, but in today's world, it's sometimes difficult to track those down. There's no center place for that, but please keep your eyes open for anything you are interested in being a member of in the future. No other public comment on this then, and we'll let that pass through there.
Move consent.
Oh, okay. I was going to see if there's any supervisors who had a comment on these items. Yes, Supervisor?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question on item 27.
Question on 27.
Right, that I wanted to know if there's any information that we have about the status of permits, et cetera, for this particular property. It's been quite a while since we've heard anything. And I just wanted to know if there was like a quick update you could give us on what's going on there.
Yes.
And I apologize for not giving you advance notice of this.
Is there a 27? Go right ahead.
Okay. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Wasn't prepared with an update for the shopping center that was approved many years ago at this location. This particular application has to do with a gas station on the corner. And what we're asking for is to execute an agreement with the property owner to help pass through some of the funding for the permit processing on the gas station portion, which is a separate lot from the shopping center. I don't have the status of the shopping center
that's
on the top of my head, but the gas
so it's
station.
two separate processes, essentially, or two separate permit processes, and this is for the gas station only.
Gas station at the corner of Highway 68 and Corral, DTR, yes.
So it sounds as if they're moving forward with the with returning a gas station there.
Yes.
And do they have anything that they need to do, or is this actually step one?
This is to help fund the environmental documentation as part of their permit. So we have a permit application. I believe there's been staking and flagging put up at the corner there for some time. It's been under review, and it does need some environmental analysis, which this contract would help pass through the funding.
And so where does the funding come from?
Well, it's an agreement with the applicant to provide the funding.
Okay.
To pay for the environmental documentation.
Great. So we're not having to pay for this at all.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Any other questions? All right. Well, then we'll go out to public comment. This is for items 19 through 27 on the consent calendar.
Nicholas, S24.
Yes, you have 2 minutes on items on the consent calendar.
Yes, were the items on the consent calendar having to do with the hiring freeze also?
No, it is not.
Or is that later? Okay, I'll wait then.
And Brian Rosen had his hand up.
This is just for the consent calendar. We'll be coming to general public comments if that's what you're waiting on.
I lowered my hand and you called me. But before I raised my hand, when you did the domestic violence, nobody called me.
We did public comment at the beginning of the resolutions. That's done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 705.
075, this is for the consent calendar.
This is not for public comment, right?
Not yet.
This is
It'll be
still the
coming up soon.
consent agenda.
Still consent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No more. Okay. We'll close public comment on the consent calendar then.
So moved for approval.
Thank you. And first and second, all those in favor on the consent calendar?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent calendar carries. Now we go to general public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak?
Good morning, board members. I'm Tom Ward, and I'm here representing Communities for Sustainable Monterey County, the local chapter of the Climate Reality Project, and Land Watch. We urge the board to direct the county sustainability manager and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan consultant to finally complete a draft of the CAP by the end of this year, 2024. This draft has been worked on since 2018. Greenhouse gas emissions inventory and reduction strategies have been completed. A climate vulnerability assessment has been completed. There have been public workshops, focus group meetings, sector working group meetings, more than 30 public meetings with over 300 individual stakeholders participating from all sectors of the economy. There were more CAP presentations done with community organizations as recent as May and June of this year. It has now been agreed that the non-qualified CAP with CEQA thresholds will be completed, which significantly reduces the time and money to complete a draft. It makes no sense to have more stakeholder meetings until there is a draft CAP for the public to review. That would be a document with proposed strategies, policies, and actions to meet greenhouse gas emission reduction and climate adaptation targets. There is no need to continue to drag this process out that started 6 years ago. The funding is in place for the consultant to do most of the work to compile the plan. We ask that the board set a deadline for the board to review a draft CAP.
Thank you.
Before the end of 2024.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers?
Is this on? There we go. Good morning, directors, supervisors, Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. And since Mr. Ward brought this subject up, I will go on record and say that, I think we do need more meetings because we had this hearing several months ago where we discussed the CAP and where we were, and yet no outreach to agriculture has been made. That was a directive from this board. So I would like to see some meetings with agriculture to discuss this and go through not only the inventory of greenhouse gases that were proposed, but also to look at what mitigations are expected from agriculture. So I think we need to get this process back on track and start having those meetings so that we can get to Mr. Ward's conclusion of seeing whether or not there's something to adopt. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers? I see none. Somebody online?
Brian Rosen.
Mr. Rosen, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, supervisors. I can see you, but you can't see me. It doesn't seem right. I wanted to comment during the domestic violence. I guess I was too late in putting my hand up. I don't know if any of you remember or know about Malcolm X years ago. He said the chickens have come home to roost, and he was heavily criticized and vilified because when Kennedy was assassinated, that's what he said after, and we were doing the Vietnam War and so forth all over the world, our military-industrial complex. And now with this domestic violence, here we're funding a genocide that couldn't happen without U.S. aid, and people like Panetta, who are high on the power elite ladder, are funding this genocide. And I suspect most of the lower people on the power elite would do the same thing if they were on Panetta's position. And now we have all this domestic violence, and we're also doing all this violence to animals and factory farms. So I don't know, maybe you're not all the angels that you seem to think you are when you congratulate yourselves, because there's a lot of really horrible things going on. And yet, and then the population turns on itself and there's all this horrible violence happening, and it's not right. So I would like to really suggest, and I would really ask you to please do a resolution opposing this genocide. There's no excuse for killing women and children. Life is precious. People running for aid, imprisoning advocates of nonviolence, killing journalists, bombing hospitals. They claim there's underground chambers, but out in the street when people are rushing to food, that seems rather unlikely. So just remember what we do to the animals and we do to others, we do to ourselves. I think the only way out of this horrible situation that we're in is to realize we're all one with the divine and one with each other, and we need to stop doing all these horrible things to each other.
Thank you, Mr.
very much.
CCA Center for Community Advocacy.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. First thing is about the gas station. I would, gas stations are very devastating to the environment, and basically anybody that lives in their vicinity are being exposed by toxins. So I would really encourage the same thing as the gentleman from the Farm Bureau and Land Watch, that, it should be done hesitantly, if at all. And do we really need another gas station? And then with respects to Mr. Rosen's comments, well, we really don't need another gas station, quite frankly. So if it could be avoided entirely, that would probably be ideal for the community. And then with respects to Mr. Rosen's comments, I full-heartedly agree in that the United States right now is supplying arms to Israel, and there's a genocide going on in Palestine, and it's devastating to human life and the environment. And it has been going on for some time now, and it's been a year. And Monterey County could take a stand and say, hey, we don't support this war. It would make a difference. We're one of the most important counties in all of California. We supply a lot of the produce for all of the United States. A lot of people here truly care. We have a wonderful board of supervisors. And if all of them would stand up and say, we don't support this war and we don't support the United States supplying any more arms, then it might make a difference and have an effect on all of California. So I do deeply, deeply encourage the same, that we pass a resolution and we say, no, we do not support this war. We do not support the genocide of our brethren, and we do not support the complete and total devastation of our environment. So thank you so much.
Phone number ending in 705.
705, you have 2 minutes. 705.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Good morning. I want to thank Supervisor Church for following through on the cockfighting issue. I read in a magazine that that's what you're doing, and I appreciate that. Secondly, I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with the last two speakers. It's very important that we all stand up and say no, because that's the only way Congressman Panetta is going to finally say no to this giving of arms to Israel. And the only way we're going to stop this war is if we don't give arms to Israel. A long time ago, my father had inside information about the war on Iraq, and it was Kuwait apparently threatened to take all the money out of our banks if we didn't support them. And that's why we went to the Iraq war. I think the same thing is happening here, where the very, very wealthy Jewish sector has a lot of money in our banks, and there's a lot of money. We all understand the need for money and how it corrupts us all, unfortunately, to some degree. But if we all stand up together, we can stop this genocide. So we mustn't stop talking about it, and we really must urge Mr. Panetta to say no. He's not going to vote for this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. No other public comment? We will close public comment then and move on to item 11, which is the Singleton Properties. Yes, Mr. Spencer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, filling in for the project planner today. We are requesting that the board continue this item to the first meeting in January. I'm forgetting the date at the moment. As we work with the applicant to identify how the lots were created when they were created in their current condition prior to the lot line adjustment, which was something that arose during the review of this permit. So ask for a continuance and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Alejo, do you? Oh, no, sorry, just read. Supervisor Adams.
Do we need a motion for this?
I think it prudent to do a motion to continue it to a date certain, which I believe, looking at the clerk, would be January 7th, 14th. So I'm glad I asked, January 14th.
I'll make a motion to postpone this to January 14th, 2025.
We'll go out to public comment first. If there's anybody who wants to speak on this matter, I don't see anybody. So we'll bring it back here for a vote on the board to move to continue to January 14th, 2025. Oh, sorry, was there? Oh, there is a public comment hand. Yes, please.
For CCA, Center for Community Advocacy.
Yeah, again, I would just urge us to be careful. The continued development of Monterey County is, right now with climate change, there is really 1/3 of left of the lands in all of the world are still undeveloped. And we have an ever-growing ozone hole and increasing in temperatures. And the more and more we're developing property, it's actually causing a devastating effect to our shared environment. And the more that we can actually develop infield and not untouched land is actually better for the entire community. There's a lot of vacant properties and vacant lots that are already been quasi-developed. And those are the best places actually to develop, because once the land has been touched, it's already basically been disturbed, and it will not necessarily go back to being how it was. And I know that we do need certain types of development, but the more we can do infill versus touching any farmland or untouched land would be best for the entire community and our health and well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is actually just a lot line adjustment. It's not a development project. Okay, we need any other public comment on that? No, we'll close public comment. Then we have a motion to continue and second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll move to item 12, which is for appointing 2 members to the Board of Supervisors to serve on the Ad Hoc Tenant Commissioner Selection Committee for the Housing Authority.
Through the chair, if
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself on this one because my chief of staff is currently our Housing Authority District 4 representative. So to ensure the separation there, I'll step out for a moment.
Okay.
You don't have a conflict, though. Can I nominate you, though? All right.
If there's no financial interest involved, there is no conflict, and it's up to you whether you want to vote on it or not.
Okay. I'm missing Chris, so we need you.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Karina Bokanovich with the County Administrative Office. The item before you is to request your board's appointment of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors to serve on the Ad Hoc Tenant Commissioner Selection Committee for the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey. The Housing Authority operates under a 7-member Board of Commissioners, which includes 2 tenant commissioners appointed by your board. To be eligible as a tenant commissioner, residents must reside at one of the properties managed by the Housing Authority, and one of the commissioners must be 18 years or older, and the other must be 62 or over. The Housing Authority notified the county of a tenant commissioner vacancy and initiated a recruitment process within their tenant population. Our current process requires the formation of an ad hoc tenant commissioner selection committee to review tenant commissioner applications, conduct interviews, and make recommendations on appointments to the Board of Supervisors. Staff is requesting that your board appoint 2 members to serve on the ad hoc, which would be effective upon appointment through December 31st. Now, this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Questions? Yes, Supervisor Leahy.
Yes, more of a comment. Thank you, Karina, for bringing this forward. I just wanted to comment that this board, obviously we appoint members of the Housing Authority of Monterey County Board of Directors, and this has been I think they've had trouble filling in this tenant vacancy for some time. It's hard to get somebody who's willing to serve and might bring that skill set on behalf of other fellow tenants. So I want to be as supportive as possible to Zuleika Boykin. As we know, our board went through a process trying to help reorganize the Housing Authority, working with the Board of Directors. That has been accomplished. We lacked an executive director for some time because its executive director had passed away, unfortunately. But we got a great executive director now who's really has rolled up her sleeves, had previously fixed up another troubled housing authority in another part of the country. She was willing to move her and her family to the Monterey Bay Area. And I would just say it's like night and day, and has really been a problem solver, has worked collaboratively with all of us. So I just want to show I'm being supportive of trying to support her in this effort to fill this tenant vacancy, but more importantly, just to speak to the great turnaround the Housing Authority has made under her leadership. So I just wanted to take an opportunity for the public to know that we do got a great director that is really helping solve the homelessness and housing crisis and trying to put all these vouchers to good use. And so that's why these leadership positions, even from the tenant's point of view, is an important one. So that's why I was hoping Wendy would be willing to serve both on the homelessness committee. It's a short term, probably a couple meetings, but I just want to express my support for the executive director and willing to serve on this as well.
Board comments or yes, questions?
Just, I think, echo some of those comments. This board does appoint, each of us has a district appointment. Bringing this committee back from a really fairly tenuous space. The Housing Authority, I recall the days before Christmas, calling some last-minute joint meetings with the Housing Authority Board to take some pretty drastic action. We're now back on a path where our Housing Authority is functioning fairly well, but having these housing tenant commissioner seats, they're really important, very significant roles. And I will say that I think the new Housing Authority Director is playing a much more significant role in bringing the engaging tenants in the activities of leadership. So I think it's going to be an easier process this time than it has been in the past. I think Supervisor Alejo, happy to hear that you're interested. I've participated in this in the past. I'm happy to invite and welcome other supervisors into the process. I think it's an important one to see who's engaging in housing authority issues. So happy to nominate a colleague if you're interested in stepping in and reviewing applications and interviewing some of the commissioners. It is a really, really important role for tenants to play in our local housing authority.
Okay, want to take this out to public comment as well, so let me do that first, and we can bring it back here for the board. Is there anybody in chambers on public comment on this or online? Nope. Okay, we will close public comment on there. Bring it back for the board for nominations.
I would nominate Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Askew.
I second that.
Couldn't even get it out. All right, got a second.
Okay. Sure, we'll let public comment go on down here. I don't like to cut anybody off. Do you have 2 minutes? Go right ahead.
you guys go through the public comment like really, really fast. Just if you're online, it takes just like a minute. I think it's so important, and I think it's really wonderful. Attendance needs so much advocacy right now, and so I just want to say I think it's great if Luis Alejo is appointed, and also Wendy Askew, and we really need people that have a heart for the community and understand that it really is difficult to be a tenant because the imbalance of powers, and a lot of people just really do not know all their rights that they have and how to necessarily enforce them. And the more support that our community members have, the more they're empowered to just enforce the rights that are actually already available to them. So thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment, and I just want to suggest for anybody who's online, when we start an item and you want to do public comment, it'd be great to raise your hand at that point, and then we will be able to get you into the queue. Okay, we have a motion and a second here for Supervisor Askew and Alejo. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 13, which is to consider a recommendation from the Legislative Committee to engage in legislative advocate efforts with Santa Cruz County in support of state property tax apportionment reform efforts. Annette D'Adamo, is she online?
Yes. Good morning, board members. Annette D'Adamo with the County Administrative Office. As was stated, today I'm presenting a recommendation from the Legislative Committee to adopt a resolution and to engage in legislative advocacy efforts along with the County of Santa Cruz in support of state property tax apportionment reform efforts. Earlier this year, Santa Cruz County passed a similar resolution to the one that's included in your packet. And Supervisor Koenig of Santa Cruz County contacted Supervisor Alejo and requested that our county adopt a similar resolution and join in their advocacy efforts. So we brought this to the September Legislative Committee meeting, reviewed the request, and the committee recommended that the board adopt the resolution, work with Santa Cruz County on the advocacy efforts, and that would include a request to the State Legislative Analyst's Office to update their AB 8 analysis from February of 2000, which is a report that explores the alternative ways to allocate state property taxes. So over the last 45 plus years, California counties have operated under a property tax distribution formula that was established after the passage of Prop 13 in 1978. And among other things, Prop 13 limits the rate of taxation to 1% of the assessed value and restricts annual increases of the assessed value to not exceed 2% per year. Local property taxes were impacted because through Prop 13, the state froze allocations of these taxes among local jurisdictions. So a local government's share of property taxes before 1978 largely determined what they received after the passage of Prop 13. And since this formula was created by the state legislature, it can only be modified by the state legislature or by a statewide ballot initiative. So here locally in Monterey County, tax revenue, including sales, hotel, and property taxes, makes up about 16% of the county's budget. Property taxes account for the vast majority of that at 77%. And however, only 15% of every local property tax dollar paid goes to the county, with the remainder going to schools, local special districts, cities, and to libraries. Monterey County ranks 41st out of 58 counties in terms of the amount of property tax revenues it receives, which is one of the lower apportionment ratios in the state. Any increase to the amount of property tax dollars the county receives would help to provide services to our community and address unfunded needs. However, increasing the county's share would impact other agencies who receive a percentage of property tax revenue. So once again, the recommendation from the Legislative Committee is to adopt the resolution, supporting state property tax apportionment reform, and to work with Santa Cruz County on advocacy efforts related to this issue. Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Alejo serve on the legislative committee, and they might want to make further comments on this item. And we also have on Zoom Kasha Hunt, one of our legislative advocates from Nossaman, and Rupa Shah, who are available to answer any more specific questions that your board may have on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there might be a little bit of public comment onto this, but I want to see if the board has any questions. First, on Supervisor Alejo.
Well, just comments. And I did also invite Santa Cruz County Supervisor Manu Koenig and his staff, Shane McKeithen, because they originally brought this to my attention. And they brought it to their board. Their board approved a resolution. And I think it's early in this process. We're just asking to potentially have the Legislative Analyst's Office look at this issue. And Supervisor Koenig is going to the rest of the Central Coast caucus counties, asking for similar, just to look at this. He also presented, gave us a PowerPoint that gave us some information about Monterey County, why this matters. I don't know if Annette Diadamo has it, but she did point out the number that out of all the counties, percentage of what they get back in their county property taxes, we're among the bottom. Santa Cruz County is even lower than we are. And I guess these rates got locked in the late 70s during the Prop 13 thing, and there hasn't been any change since then. But there is a recognition of inequity. Certain counties get more of their property tax back to run their county governments, where we're among the bottom. So this is just asking to make that request to the LAO to update their AB 8 analysis. The last time they did an update or a study on it was in 24 years ago in February of 2000. And then it's just asking us to support these advocacy efforts that Santa Cruz County will be taking the lead on. So for me, it's a simple ask from our neighbors to the north of us. But I did want to see if anybody from Supervisor Manu Koenig's office is on so he could speak directly to this to our board.
Do we have anybody online? Koenig,
correct. All right.
You may have answered one of the questions I had, and that was, whether San Bernardino County was involved in this, but it sounds like they're reaching out to the different counties. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, and I think San Bernardino is among the lower counties as well. So especially Santa Cruz and San Bernardino are lower than we are.
Any other questions on this before we go out to the public? I did have one other, it's more of a clarifying question for you, Annette, just because of some comments that I've heard and reaching out is this is not really affecting the structure of Proposition 13. This is just a reapportionment of funds. Is that correct?
I don't believe, I honestly, I don't have the answer to that question, but I don't believe that it does, because what it's looking at is just different scenarios where on how the allocation could be apportioned. It doesn't take any action beyond that. It's mostly asking for a study.
Okay.
That is correct.
It is correct, yes. So thank you.
I think we can give that as clear direction. We're choosing what to support, and if that, I think that's a very strong line for me, but I look forward to hearing from the public.
All right, so at this point, I want to go out to the public if there's anybody in the chambers that want to speak on this matter. Please go ahead, Ed, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. We represent over 1,400 real estate professionals, serving thousands of clients across Monterey County, helping people find homes. And some of the feedback that we've gotten, and let me first start by saying I fully acknowledge that there's a need to deal with the staffing and budget issues at the county. Essential services such as the DA's office must be funded and must be fully staffed properly. So I understand where this conversation is coming from. However, the concern that many stakeholders have brought to my attention is that the timing of this looks pretty bad. Right now, there are dozens of bond measures, both local and various statewide propositions, and in particular, Proposition 5. When you combine all of these together, what it really looks like is a significant grab for money from our local governments. And I know that's not the intention of this. I know this is meant to deal with some imbalance and some unfairness issues. But I would ask that the Board of Supervisors please postpone this item until later in the year or early next year so that the dust can settle on Prop 5 and so that people don't have this perception that this is yet another part of grabbing for money, because I know that's not the intent of this. The legislative session does not begin until the new year anyway, so by delaying this until a future meeting, you're really not making a difference in terms of your outcomes. We can absolutely still have this conversation. I would just ask that we please give it another month or two. Thank you.
Good morning again, Supervisors. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. I'm also going to ask for a pause on this. First of all, I think the community needs to fully understand what it is that you're asking here, and honestly, the staff report was fairly vague, and so we really don't understand, or a lot of the people who are not involved in this process don't understand and would like to have more information and understanding. I would also like to bring up the fact that, you know, if you open up this allocation, so to speak, of how that happens, there could be losers around the state who enhance our allocation. And so how are we going to build that consensus around the state through the legislative process to go through that allocation process? And of course, the LAO will weigh in on how that will play out, but we have also run the risk that, you know, we're going to get less. That's a distinct possibility through this process. So I think we really need to see how the election comes out, have a chance for the stakeholders to really digest what this means and how this could impact not only the revenues, but ultimately how the community can support this process if we do go the legislative route to change it. So I think there's some consensus building that we need to do here before we approve and move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the chambers? Do we have anybody online?
Phone number ending in 902.
Yes, 902. You have 2 minutes on this matter.
My name is Nina Beatty. I wholeheartedly support this initiative, and I salute Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Koenig for taking action on this critical and long overdue issue. I think that any member of the public that looked at the flyer that comes in with a property tax statement every year would have this information already and have it for several years. It's shocking. And I had not seen the flyer until opening up a family member's mail and seeing this and then contacting the county because I was so shocked at the 15 cents and the 6 cents that comes to the cities. Local governments receive a very, very small portion of property tax, and this isn't paying the bills. This is unacceptable that this apportionment has been allowed to be this way for so long. And I wasn't aware of it until last year when I came to you and I said something needs to be done. And I've gone to Monterey City Council as well. I disagree with the previous speakers. There's no burden for the public. There's no interest that goes out for years and years and years. This is simply a reapportionment of annual revenues to the state. I also suggest that Supervisor Koenig and the county reach out to local cities because they're in a very terrible situation, only getting 6 cents out of every dollar. That's, again, is shocking. And no wonder county staff spends how much time and how much money, public money, looking for grants, constantly looking for grants to fund basic services. That is unacceptable. So I hope that you'll proceed now with this and tell people to look in there when they get their tax bill, to look at that flyer and assess whether they think that's adequate to pave the roads and pay for law enforcement and pay for the county hospital and pay for county services. It's not. So, and I encourage people to reach out to their cities and say, join this effort to get it reapportioned so that the places, the homes where we live in, the county and the cities get the adequate funding they need to provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else online? Okay, we'll close public comment on there, bring it back here for the board for discussion. action.
Yeah, I think if you read the resolution, it's not asking for much. It asks that the Board of Supervisors finds that the current property tax apportionment law of the state of California is inadequate and unsustainable for the County of Monterey. Request just that the Legislative Analyst's Office, the LAO, update their AB 8 analysis from February 3rd, 2000, and directs the county staff to work with Santa Cruz County on legislative advocacy efforts. This has nothing to do with the election at all. This did come to legislative committee previously, so it went to our policy committee that should analyze this first. And we did have the PowerPoint. I did ask, we should have posted it. It got posted for the legislative committee. It didn't get posted here because I think some of the misunderstandings would have been clarified. But I think it's clear, if we're among the bottom of the counties, why would we continue to think that's acceptable? If there's a way that these are our local property taxes and it's what the state allocates back to us, if there's a way to increase that, why would we not at least ask the question, LAO, can you update your last analysis that would provide us and the public more information? There isn't any other action beyond that is presented in this resolution. And I think from our county, when we're among the bottom, just like San Benito and Santa Cruz County are, we're our only advocates here. Nobody's going to look out for our interest. Nobody's going to look out for our county to retain more of our property tax. Santa Cruz County is doing it after the fact that they had to spend so much money on first responders, on fires, on infrastructure after the storms. They are having to knock and look at every possible way where they could retain more local dollars, keep them here to meet local needs. I think that's the goal of this. And so I hope that we can move this forward, and that would allow Supervisor Koenig to also knock on the doors of other counties to also obtain similar resolutions. So I would move to approve this item. Thank you.
So I just want to speak to a perspective that hasn't been mentioned today that I think is critically important. I've got about 7 cemetery districts that I appoint to, and spending time with those cemetery districts and some of the rec districts over the last 5-6 years, I've learned that the apportionment issue is impacting them to a huge degree, especially because they were all locked in back when these numbers were locked by the legislature. And when they did that, what that means for these communities is they can't even afford to hire a single full-time employee, right? And they need someone to dig graves, but they also need somebody in administration. And if you can find somebody who's a great administrator, can run a meeting and dig a grave, that is a unique set of skills that do not go well together. And when I approached every agency from LAFCO to bring it up to, county treasurer and tax collector to ask, why are we looking at this? It's always apportionment. You're locked at where they were back when. And we're at the point where when you can't even staff, you can't even think about expanding. And that's the point we're reaching in these communities in South County that are growing. Thinking of Gonzales, their cemetery is nearly max, so is Soledad, right? And these are 2 communities that are desiring to grow, but without that apportionment, they can approach developers who are coming in to build new communities. Nobody's excited to site the new cemetery in the middle of their project. And they're not in a position to be able to take care of their obligations because of that. And I just have to push back a little bit on some of the public comment. I did refer to this as potentially a money grab. Personally, I see it as a money defense. I mean, this is money from our communities. These are taxes we pay. They're taxes that I'm sending in checks in for constantly. And knowing that I'm only getting, 15 cents back to fix the main issues I hear about from this dais, like roads, is tough. And so, I don't have an issue asking a state agency to update a quarter-century old report today. I think that is appropriate given what we're hearing. I would have liked to have seen a presentation. I would have liked to have heard from Supervisor Koenig directly. I have not had those opportunities either, so I do recognize that there are challenges to where we sit today. But given the conversation and the challenges that we face, do local governments deserve more given what I'm seeing the state spend money on? I think so. These are our tax dollars going up to make a lot of these programs run that I don't think are doing work that matters to people on the ground every single day. And so given that, I think I'm in a position right now, given the conversation, to support the motion.
Supervisor Adams, go ahead.
Thank you. Basically, Why are we among the bottom? What was the rationale behind this when AB 8 was passed that put us with a few other, sounds like a few other counties?
It was a freeze. So where you were then, depending on how much you had chosen to tax, spend, collect, and do, you were frozen at that level. You were made whole at that point, but no more beyond that. You could not raise additional percentages back to yourself based on Prop 13. But they made everyone who had already sort of chosen to self-implement whole, and everyone else got frozen where they were. And so, yeah, that's part of the logic.
Yeah, and I think that's what is sort of making me feel a little uncomfortable because, you know, the comment that, you know, it's the nose under the tent. I think there is some concern that going into opening up AB 8 and looking at, you know, asking the LAO for another analysis is just a heartbeat away from looking at Proposition 13. And I know that's something that's very frightening to the people in my district, without question. Many, you know, older people particularly who've owned their homes for a very long time and are, you know, house poor, as they say, their house is paid off, but they live on Social Security, would be very frightening. The other thing I was thinking is that, again, I share the thought that was mentioned that I would like to have seen the whole report, you know, to see what Santa Cruz, you know, where they're headed with this. And additionally, I feel like we should just wait until we see what happens with our own with our own bond measure, AA, and see what happens at the election at that point. I don't know. I just have a difficult time being able to support this at this point without feeling that there is more information that is out there that might make me feel completely secure with it. So I think I'm not going to be able to support it just from my concerns, as stated, until at least after the election when we have more information and another presentation, perhaps from Santa Cruz County, that comes forward.
All right, Supervisor Askew, you had a comment, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to load the presentation from the Legislative Committee meeting on September 9th so that I could share my screen, because the information is loaded on the Legistar from September 9th Legislative Committee. And if you give me just a minute, I can share my screen. So I will generally say it is clearly a complicated issue, and clearly there were winners and losers when the sort of freeze was put in place, and reopening the issue will result in new winners and losers, clearly in a position where the state isn't able to backfill in those scenarios. However, having said all of that, I think it is something that we need to talk about. And I think that, you know, we happen to be a month away from an election. However, this conversation was started in Santa Cruz last year. It was brought to our Ledge Committee a while back. We're now having the conversation, you know, at the time that it was able to be placed on our agenda. I don't think this is specific. Any decisions, any conversations that would happen at the state would clearly take time and to move forward. So I hear the accusations or the concerns. I'm not sure that I am making the connections in the way that I'm hearing them. But because of that, I'm inclined to say what we're asking for and what Santa Cruz is moving forward with is asking to say, let's ask for some conversation. Let's ask to say, let's look at the issue. Let's try to understand what the changes would be, who the winners and losers would be, at what level those winners and losers would look like. That's the only way that we start being able to even talk about it. Because right now, what we do know is that we're one of the losers in the whole scenario. And for us to sit quietly and allow for that to continue, it simply means that our community continues to receive less than what our community needs in order to have our needs met. And that's not a status quo that I think I can sit quietly by without using my voice to raise the issue. So I'll be supporting the motion today. And if I can log on, I'm not sure how much time we have, but we'll see if we can figure out how to share that. But it sounds like we want it to come back at some point anyway. So.
Yeah, and want to just reiterate, this has nothing to do with any measures or elections. This came after, came up in April. I sent it, what I did first was send an email to our staff, to our auditor, our tax assessor, our budget committee, our CAO, our assistant CAOs. One was saying, this is a request from Santa Cruz County, and trying to get feedback first. And there were no concerns from staff, all our experts, all the people who should know about budget and tax apportionment. There were no concerns, and it took some time. We went through that first before we even had it go and requested it go onto the legislative committee agenda, which took place on September 9th. So I want to say we did other steps to get input from our own in-house experts in the County of Monterey, and there were no concerns from staff at the time. So I just wanted to add that as well. And also, I just want to point to the resolution. It has nothing to do with talking about Proposition 13. That's what's before us, is what's the language in that resolution, and it's not touching or talking about doing anything to Prop 13.
And I think maybe that, for me, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we did mention Prop 13 and say that we are in no way supportive of reversing, amending, or changing Prop 13, that is a very strong line that we see on the ground. And I think that has to be, for me to feel completely comfortable today, I think that would put me in that corner. I mean, just so that there is no question about what we are saying here today.
I'm fine with that, because that's not the purpose here. But if that helps deter some of the concerns mentioned, so be it.
Yeah, no, I would support that too. I understand, though, it isn't covering Prop 13. This is complicated. And looking through this, I read through the Legislative Analyst Office report on this to try to get a better understanding, and I didn't really help out a whole lot. There's and part of the problem is that I looked back after I read it and saw that it was a 2000-year report. So part of what we're looking here is trying to get a discussion coming up on this. Essentially, we're not pushing forth one of the 5 options that's a rather old report was even proposing, and I think what at this point what we're doing is saying, hey, there's something broken here. We need to take a look at it, and we're not taking a position on exactly what the solution is. We're just saying there's a problem, and I think we're drawing attention to 13 and saying this. We're not considering some changes on 13. We're considering changes on how these funds are being apportioned. Supervisor Adams?
Is this anything, the idea itself, that CSAC has looked at, or RCRC, as far as their legislative issues?
It has not come up at CSAC. It hasn't been a legislative priority, that's why. This is like a concern for counties that are probably on the bottom of this list here, and here's that list here, so presentation is up.
Anyway, I'm in favor of this moving on here too, as well. I just think this is a step to go forth in untangling this mess, and I don't know if delaying it is going to untangle any of this Gordian knot of somewhat that this is. There was some any other discussion here or action? I know everybody's engaged, kind of looking at the screen.
I made a motion, but Supervisor Lopez, I think seconded, but do you want to include your clarifying language?
So yeah, just with clarifying language, and I don't have the exact words, but the spirit that I'm hoping that the staff could help me find the words to include would be that we have zero interest in overturning, changing, or even touching Prop 13. We've heard clearly from residents of Monterey County that is not a place that we want to go.
So the Board of Supervisors has no interest in.
Correct. So that would be with that language included in the resolution, I would second it.
All right, let's do it.
That's accepted as, okay. So that's the motion and the second. Bring it here to the board for a vote. All those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
In an abundance of caution, I'm still going to say no. Thank you.
You can always abstain and not have your vote go to the majority.
We have a new process.
Thank you.
All right. The motion carries 4-1.
Can we make sure that the presentation that was on the legislative committee, both the Santa Cruz County resolution and the PowerPoint presentation, get sent out to the board and to members of the public who spoke. I don't know if there's a way to retroactively add it to the agenda item. Is there a way to do that? Okay, so we'll make sure that those two items get added to the agenda item for anyone who's interested in seeing exactly what that presentation included. Okay, thank you.
I agree, because that helps clear misunderstandings about what this item is about. So I concur with that.
With that, we'll move on to item 13.1, which is to consider directing the county administrative officer to implement a hiring freeze. Mr. Vega.
Yes, thank you, board members, members of the public. Ezequiel Vega, Assistant CAO. And I'm here today to present a recommendation that I don't have a PowerPoint, just the recommendation that is in the report in front of you for the public to direct the county administrative officer to immediately implement a hiring freeze for positions funded by general fund discretionary revenue, and also provide authority for the CAO to develop a hiring freeze exemption process so that we could evaluate those requests for positions that are critical to continue operations for the county. We review those and then have a process to review and approve those. We don't have those guidelines in front of you because this report was put together in a very short notice, but we are in the middle of developing those guidelines. And those guidelines, in essence, we look at, is this position funded by funding that is not discretionary? If it's program revenue, then those will be approved. And if it's funded by discretionary revenue, then we will have to evaluate the criticality of that position. And based on that, then the decision will be made to either deny or approve the request that comes from departments. So in essence, that is the recommendation today. And the reason why this recommendation is being made is because the county has always prided itself on being proactive in managing its finances so that we continue providing services not only today, but into the long term as well. So as we anticipate that we're going to have challenges going into fiscal year 25-26 with a projected deficit of approximately $20 million into next fiscal year, we are proposing that we take this action today so that we could start planning and being proactive towards addressing that potential deficit. And then in the upcoming weeks, we will be bringing also a report of asking the Board of Supervisors to take additional actions based on collaboration that we have had with departments addressing potential impacts to the current fiscal year, where we identified that even though the budget was balanced when this budget was adopted, we have identified some cost increases that will impact the budget for the current year. So what we are doing is first taking the step of initiating a hiring freeze, and then the next step will be to bring that report to the Board of Supervisors. Right now, the target date for that is November 12th, and we will bring that so that we will have a full quorum of all the supervisors. Since it's a very important decision, we want to make sure that all of you are available and able to provide your specific vote on that action that we will be bringing to you. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
Question on process. What's the process for our collective bargaining units in notifying them about this potential action, and then the meeting confer process? I just want to, I know we have some, at least a union rep here, but that'd be the question, to make sure that we follow all the proper steps so that we do this right.
Good morning, Supervisors. Andreas Piper, Human Resources Director. We notified the unions last week, and we have requested and said to them if they would like to notify us and would like to meet and confer. We stand open to meet and confer on this process, so we will be following that process. To my knowledge, at this point in time, one union has reached out to us to initiate the meet and confer process.
And notice was provided on what day? Wednesday of last week? Tuesday?
I will have to go and look, but it most probably was Thursday, I think, last week. But I can confirm that date. Let me go and confirm that date
and
for you.
Out of all our bargaining units, only one has requested meet and confer.
To my knowledge, we can look and see if anybody else is, but to my knowledge, only one has so far responded to our chief negotiator.
And does the meet and confer process require that to take place before we take action? Or is the board allowed to take action and then the meet and confer have that afterwards? It would seem like you would want to meet and confer before the actual...
We meet and confer upon the impacts, not upon the action.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that is what the meet and confer is about.
Distinction. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
So this question was asked of me, and I want to be sure I can give the right answer. And the question was, would this hiring freeze have a direct impact on the ordinance that we just passed for short-term rentals as far as enforcement?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question. I think that we'll have to ask the Department of Housing and Community Development. But in general, if the department already has hired for positions that will be working in this program, that they will not be affected. Also, we will be evaluating also how these positions are funded, and if these positions are funded partially by general fund and other funding sources, or if the department has already the resources within the general fund, even though they are funded by discretionary revenue. But we see that the department has the ability within their budget to continue to hire in these positions. Our office will evaluate that and approve that request for hire. So it will depend on a lot of circumstances, but right now I don't have enough information to specifically tell you how these positions will be impacted.
Thank you so much.
So we received a letter from a union saying, hey, one of the things we're really concerned about is the impact on workload of our workforce. And I think that's a really real concern that we're trying to figure out how do we pay fair wages, how do we make sure that we're competitive as an employer, how do we make sure that we're in a position to be able to recruit quality employees with competitive wages, pay our employees what they deserve to be paid. And now we're finding ourselves in sort of this reality where for the general fund funded positions, which isn't all of our positions, but it's a good portion of our positions, we're taking this action so that we find ourselves hopefully we're trying to protect ourselves from ending up in a position where we're faced with layoffs later on, right? Or we're trying to mitigate the potentiality of that or limit how many of those we might be faced with later on. And so from where I sit, I'm saying, okay, I don't want to see, I would like to do what we can to get in front of that reality that may be coming at us. And so the second part of the direction that we have in front of us is to ask our CAO to develop a hiring freeze exemption, administrative guidelines for exemptions to the hiring freeze. And so I think one of the things that I'd like to ask as we give that direction is to engage in it to the degree that we can have that kind of really open dialogue and respectful dialogue with our through the meet and confer process to say, listen, like we recognize we're not trying to force anyone into a position where you've got 3 vacancies around you and we've got one person doing all of the work, but yet we are the workload is now unbearable, and we now find ourselves in a position where we're not actually serving the public, But how can we acknowledge how can we use the meet and confer process to help develop an exemption process that addresses both the need to manage workload as well as the need to not find ourselves in a situation where we're now eliminating positions into the future or eliminating filled positions in the future. And so I think that's the request that I have for our employees is to, hey, like, we're going to do, from where I sit, I'm going to do everything I can to try to figure out, like, how do we navigate through this so as not to have to let go of filled positions at the end of this year into next year. Also, how do we make sure that the people that we have doing the work have a workplace and a situation that's manageable and a workload that's manageable. So how do we do, so my request is both to our staff and our teams and our department heads and to our CAO and our HR to let's keep the dialogue open. And I think we need to take this action today. I really do. But I'm going to ask that we can give that direction to say let's keep that open communication and figure out how to have an exemption process that is as flexible as possible to acknowledge those nuances as they're going to come up, because we do need to make sure that we're delivering for our public and making sure that our workforce has what they need to get the work done. So hopefully that was clear. But thank you. And this is really challenging. This is a really challenging spot to find ourselves in. And I think my commitment is to keep listening and keep talking and keep taking feedback and suggestions so that we can find the way to navigate through this.
I'd like to try to get the public input in here too, unless the board has pressing questions. All right. I'd like to open this up to the public if anybody in the chambers would like to address this matter.
Good afternoon, Janine Paccioni, Monterey County District Attorney. I had the opportunity to talk to CAO De La Rosa last week about this coming through. And I will tell you that while I understand the financial needs of the county, this is sort of like taking a sledgehammer to our departments instead of taking a surgical, strategic approach. Right now, I have 12 attorney vacancies in my office. The only way I'm able to minimally attend the courts is with 2 retired annuitants, which, as you know, will be cycling off and cannot be relied on for full-time work. It is not sustainable for our office to go into a hiring freeze where we cannot continue to seek out credible, responsible, intelligent, ethical prosecutors. We have been doing everything we can to recruit. This is an issue I brought up back in June. The compensation is disproportionate to the work that they're doing, and we are one of the lowest paid prosecutors in our comparison counties. That doesn't resonate well. I understand they're the more higher paid employees that you have, but they also are ones who delayed their ability to work so that they could attend college, attend law school, and graduated with $40,000 in debt. And we're asking them to move to Monterey County, which is atrociously expensive. We have a 20% vacancy rate in our attorney staff. We simply cannot afford to be frozen and not allowed to recruit these positions. We grab these applicants as soon as they come in the door. We get them in. We're doing everything we can. And the pay is a problem. There's no doubt. The wage adjustment analysis confirmed that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Liam McLaughlin. I'm the political organizer with SEIU 521. I certainly empathize with the struggles that the DA's office is having with the SEIU 521 frontline workers in Monterey County. Just wanted to start with acknowledging, we work together, the board, the CAO, and the county workforce to secure a really great contract for workers to recruit and retain qualified staff and to continue serving the public, right, a couple months ago. And you all heard that the kind of underlying thrust for those workers is being able to better serve the public, right? That a lot of them are working, what should be one job, they're covering the responsibilities of 2 to 3 jobs. We heard from people in the eligibility office who, people need food stamps, people need, these really necessary things, and they're waiting months to get them because we just don't have enough people to process those claims. We heard from social workers, we heard from our public works roads crews who, are trying the best they can to maintain our roads, but they just don't have enough folks. So I think the contract we secured is going to do really good towards retaining folks. I think that's a huge win, but we're also really hoping it would go a long way towards recruiting folks to address that workload issue. I think we're also continuing to work together, the board and the county and the frontline workers on passing Measure AA, which will bring in $29 million per year. That's something our members are deeply involved and working hard on because they understand the importance of getting more revenue for the county. So my concern with the hiring freeze is a lot of these workers are going to feel like there's no hope coming, right? That the board and the county is telling them, you got to make do with what you have. Sorry, you're working the jobs of 3 folks, right? Sorry that people aren't getting their claims. Sorry that this is happening. So I would hope that whatever comes out of today addresses that concern for our frontline employees.
Good afternoon, Board, Chair Church, members of the board. Jay Donato with SEIU 521. I'll go a little more wonky on this. This resolution or item, board report, talks about paying for emergencies, and my understanding is that always came out of the strategic reserve. And granted, those things come back in slowly, but a lot of the stuff that this talks about, grants and one-time funding, aren't mechanisms that this board uses to fund positions. But my understanding through many hearings and discussions that it's ongoing sustainable funds. These are talking about one-time funds. Additionally, I'm not sure I agree with the analysis of if the meet and confer process has been its impacts only. I think there are other situations which you could have. So we are trying to meet and confer. We have asked. We got notice at 11:52 on Thursday, and since then we're trying. Hopefully, we're looking at October 23rd as a date that we can start the discussion. There's a lot that needs to be discussed on this. What is the implementation? How does it look? So I appreciate the comments of Supervisor Rudascu and Supervisor Alejo. I did hear a date of November the 12th where this is wanting to come back to you, it sounds like. And so I don't see a huge rush. We're talking 25, 26 is the period in which it's addressing. We have time. So SEIU understands the need for this, but we want to have discussion before it's finalized. And so what we are asking is that this be at least delayed for a few weeks until we can meet with the county's HR staff, labor relations. And so we have a better understanding, and I don't think you have a good understanding either. So that's our request, just a little more time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson, retired member of National Treasury Employees Union, but not representing National Treasury Employees Union. I worked for an agency, not a county agency, for 27 years, 23 days, and to say we were chronically underfunded was an understatement. Basically, we could never do the job we were expected to. Not from the first day I was there, not till the day I retired. And I had the fortunate thing where I didn't really have to do everything. I just should have. And of course, we had managers who got their bonuses by closing cases, and they pushed us on that. But the more public part of the organization, we had a notorious 800 number where people would literally stay online for an hour with the phone ringing, and then the automatic hang-up feature would kick in, and they'd be cut off. And it's not fair to employees to not have crucial positions filled, and it's really not favorable to for the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Supervisors. Norm Group for Farm Bureau Monterey. And my comments here are going to approach this from the optics of what this looks like at this point. Here we are just a few months after all the budget hearings that we went through in May and June, asking our department heads to come in and assess what they need as far as personnel to get the job done, hearing over and over again how they are overworked in many of these departments, including the district attorney, whether it's the sheriff's department, whatever it may be. And here we are now considering a blanket freeze for hiring. I would suggest that the optics look better, that we approach this from a surgical standpoint, as was previously suggested, and look at it on a department by department basis based on needs and whether or not that really makes more sense. Also, the optics of looking at this merely 3 weeks ahead of time of when the voters in this county will be deciding on a sales tax initiative. Will this be reconsidered if that sales tax initiative is successful? How will those optics be looked at? So I think at this point we maybe need to take a pause, as was suggested, and maybe come back in a month and look at this again and really figure out what are the dynamics of the budget based on what has happened in that month's time. So please give that some consideration also. And look at the optics of what the public is seeing at this point as this moves through the process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Juan Lopez. I work as a Deputy Sheriff, and I'm currently serving as the first Director for the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak regarding the hiring freeze. A hiring freeze for a Deputy Sheriff would hurt this county tremendously. We have been understaffed in the jail and patrol for a very long time. This administration has been working hard to try to get us to an optimal staffing level. Although they've done a great job, we are still experiencing short staffing, and our deputies are having to get held on a frequent basis to work 16-hour shifts and get mandated on their days off. By implementing the hiring freeze for deputy sheriffs, not only are we putting our deputies and public in danger, but the county will be spending more money on overtime by forcing deputies to get held over and come in on our days off to fill vacant positions. Just this year, we had 3 deputies get assaulted, and one of the deputies injured was working the jail on a mandate. I am asking you all to please consider an exemption for deputy sheriffs and DAIs and figure out different sources of accruing funds for us. I am tired of seeing deputies burnt out, deputies not having a good work-life balance, but most of all having my deputies' safety compromised, but understaffing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the chambers and about online?
Sean Moran?
Yes, Sean, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? I don't know if I can. Very good. Sorry, Sean Moran with the County of Monterey Patrol Association. I represent our patrol deputies and sergeants here at the Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to come in and give some comments on this. I know this is a difficult thing. The budget's very complex, but just to speak to the impact that something like this could happen or have, on the Sheriff's Office, I think it'd be significantly negative. And as Deputy Lopez eloquently stated, we're currently working to do more with less, and a hiring freeze would impact that significantly. Unfortunately, as we all know, we're beholden to the Hernandez settlement. And while the hiring freeze would stop vacant positions from being filled, it wouldn't alleviate us of our obligation to our staffing needs at the jail. And so the workforce gap that's going to occur is invariably going to be a problem. And what's going to occur, I think, is we're going to start seeing resources from patrol, the deputies who respond to calls in service. They may end up having to backfill vacant positions in the jail to satisfy Hernandez, and that's just going to impact public safety out in the county. Or we're just going to, again, as Deputy Lopez said, work more with less, which will be more days off canceled, more double shifts all around, which is just going to lead to fatigue. And lastly, I just want to point out, as an SEIU rep had mentioned, we've had about 5 days notice. Our union is likely going to request the meet and confer session to really dive into the impacts with the CAO's office. But this meeting predates our pending executive board meeting. So as soon as we have that meeting, we'll probably reach out to the county. And as always, I remain available to you and your staff if there's any offline questions that you have.
Thank you.
Nicholas S24 Ultra.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Kennedy. I too work for the Sheriff's Office. I want to begin by thanking you for the hard work that you do and the leadership that we look to you for, especially in these tight financial times. The choices that you make now will affect the Sheriff's Office and the citizens leading for the next several years. It's going to be very long term. The Sheriff's Office is one of the first line services that the citizens will see and meet on a daily basis. So if they pick up the phone and call the county, a representative from our office will will most likely show up and in a very important time of need for them. Due to turnover in all agencies, we have massive gaps. Everyone is working, crushing overtime right now. And it takes so long to put someone through the hiring process and then a 6-month academy and then a 6-month jail FTO program and then a 6-month patrol FTO program. It's going to be 2 years from date of hire until we can get someone that the citizens can recognize out on our streets. So it is vitally important that we not pause that and then hurt the citizens in the future, as well as send the message that no help is coming to the employees and citizens that we have now. I do realize the hard work and the hard choices that you guys have to make. And I realize this comes at a very delicate time, but I do not believe the freeze should affect law enforcement or the people that are working firsthand with us citizens. And I say that both as a citizen myself and a representative in Lopez's district. I voted for him, and I look forward to you guys doing hard work and hard decisions. And that's it.
Betsy Martinez.
Go ahead, Betsy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thanks. Hi, I'm Betsy Martinez. I'm a deputy at the jail. I oppose this hiring freeze and support any exemptions allowed and given by the sheriff's office. We are very short-staffed due to many deputies in the training program and out on disability. We are mandated to work on our days off. That's not counting holidays, that's just the weekend. We're mandated to work on our weekends for years now to cover shifts at the jail. It's very difficult to maintain a household and have family or raise children when I can't guarantee a day off for my family. Any hiring freeze at the sheriff's office will have a ripple effect on the jail and patrol. This greatly affects public safety and the Hernandez lawsuit. These positions that aren't filled, the work still needs to be done in the county. It will be done by someone not assigned to that position or someone on overtime. If the work is not done, public safety is in danger. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Tina Nieto, Sheriff.
Go ahead, Sheriff Nieto.
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry about that. I am traveling right now. What I like to say is public safety is a fundamental right for everyone. And this hiring freeze is going to have a devastating effect on all our communities. The sheriff's office, the staff, and you've heard from them, have worked really hard the last several years to make some positive steps to improve service, to meet the mandates of Hernandez, and to hire people. As Nick Kennedy stated, this is going to have a ripple effect. As the presidents of both COMPA and DSA have stated, this is going to have rippling effects for the staff well-being. We've worked really hard on wellness for our officers, and this is going to affect those. We've worked to fill the vacancies, and it's been a lot of hours by a lot of people, and we thought we were seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. This darkens the tunnel immediately. For public safety, the work doesn't stop. This is going to affect public safety for everybody. This is going to affect the professional staff. Law enforcement is both professional staff and sworn officers. And if we can't do the work, then what happens is that sworn officers get pulled in to do other things because of all the mandates that the law, the state, the federal government says that law enforcement has to do. This doesn't stop. The Hernandez settlement is going to be affected. We've worked really hard to go from about an 8% compliance to about a 40% compliance. And this is going to just put the brakes on some of the good work that we've done. It's going to affect the safety in the jails of both our incarcerated persons, the safety of our staff, and the safety of communities because people are tired. It's going to affect people coming to our county, hiring qualified people if they think we're not going to hire them or why even put the effort in. I know that we need to maintain qualified people. We need to keep our what we pay them up, the cost of living. I know that some of the contracts
Thank you,
have
Sheriff.
done that, but
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I'm just saying that I hope that
thank you, Sheriff. Anybody else? Okay. Bring it back here to the board. Any further comments? Direction? Supervisor Lopez?
So, just comments. I appreciate all the input today. And I guess from my perspective, this isn't a new issue, right? These are conversations that we've been having. And every time we talked about contract negotiations and pieces, I point blank asked this question, right? About what are we prioritizing and what's the balance, right? And today we're seeing some of that outcome, and it's not new. We've been warning folks that with government, you can see to a degree what's coming on the horizon because of the way the roles work and the way that everything sort of slow rolls in, and you can project out where you're going to end up. And we knew, I mean, it's been part of the last 3 years of conversations around budgeting, what was going to happen with the ARPA funding and all that federal support that was coming in that had a driver on the economy, as we all saw and continue to see throughout the state, in investment in projects. But as that money dries up and that opportunity goes away, we're put in positions where, right, with inflation, there's now an expectation that we compensate our people appropriately. They earn that pay. But there is an impact, and it's a very direct one. And so we're here today in a position to make a decision where I feel we're cutting with the scalpel, to that comment that was made that I heard twice. And I say that because, yes, it's not a guarantee that that position is there, but there is going to be a process where folks can come forward and request through the importance of the positions and the values that this board has said matter to us. Public safety is a key priority, right? I also hear that our roads are a key priority. I know that they're going to be tougher processes to get through in order to get those positions filled. But we're sitting here today saying there is a process because of the decisions that, yes, this board has made, but that they've made in concurrence with department heads and with some of our labor partners and with community over the years. These commitments now have to be weighed and balanced. And that's what we're trying to do through this process, is put ourselves in a position where we can weigh these different questions. And it's going to be not a guarantee as you get as a department head when you come in and request a position and say, okay, now I have the right to go hire that position. But if you come to me and you say, we had this position out, we were in recruitment, it's critical for these reasons, that's the position you're putting this board in, which I think is a good one. Do we value that? Do we see the need? Because moving forward, you've heard about the stress about the need to have additional revenues and pieces, and it's not growth as often gets talked about. It's really looking at the constraints of the economic pressures that we're all feeling. And it's all local governments, and you're going to continue to hear more about that. My question is, what does the community prioritize? And that's the conversation that we have to continue, because our budget process never ends. Right? And to that question of if the tax passes, then does this go away? The answer is no. We don't start collecting that till next year if it passes. And that doesn't hit the books until when it comes in. This board has been conservative in how it approaches dollars, and we're not going to say, let's plan on using those dollars ahead of time. This is a real impact. We're staring down the barrel at this today. And so for me, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the public input. And I want, especially for those folks in law enforcement who spoke up today, you've heard me off this dais support the inclusion of additional positions to make sure that our community, given the priorities that I've heard around ag crimes, around the jail, around the impact to our community when law enforcement is not present, that those get addressed, right? And so to me, I see this as putting in place a process that is slightly more restrictive, but it is a fair process of cutting with the scalpel, because I'm going to support those positions that I prioritize. And you're looking at a board of 5 elected by the public to make these decisions. And yes, it's going to be a little more burdensome. And I get the concern about the messaging around what does that look like to our partners, right? Folks that want to come in and be an employee. Well, we're saying we're taking this so seriously that what we're trying to set up at this point is a position where we're not going to be having to lay off a ton of people. By taking these steps, we're putting in boundaries, we're putting in bumpers so we can control some of that. That is our goal today, is to put ourselves in the strongest position heading into the next year so that we can be realistic with the public about what's possible because we don't print money like the federal government. We deal with the realities of budgets that are put in front of us. And that's what we're trying to undertake today. It's a really, really tough position to be put in, but we take this responsibility really seriously. Those are the things that are weighing on me. I'd love to hear from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lejo.
Thank you. This is part of the toughest part of our job when we start facing more challenging economic times. And I think our county would have faced challenging economic times years ago had it not been for the federal ARPA funding that was provided to us that allowed us to use it over a span of 3 or 4 years. That really helped us, helped a lot of city and county governments across our country having that federal funding, but that funding has dried up. And as Supervisor Lopez said, this is a balancing of interest here, but I think our most important one is always making sure we have a balanced budget, not driving our county into a red. I remember during my time in the legislature where Stockton were in bad financial shape, Vallejo, which I think is still undergoing the ramifications of going into the red. I think our goal is to maintain a balanced budget, and I think we've tried to be as supportive as possible. But every budget year, I always express my concern when we were just adding more and more positions, sometimes 100 per year over the last 2-3 years. I said at some point it's going to be unsustainable, just hiring and hiring, because the budget process solicited information. Of course, every department chair is going to want to add positions, and we did that when there was funding, but that's not the case this time. And I think over the last year, the last 2 years, we think we provided resources where we could. We also try to institute class and comp studies to try to bring up our employees so that they're competitive with comparable middle-sized county like ours. We've done that, implemented that, and then this round of negotiations is trying to be fair. And as I know we're still bargaining with other collective bargaining units, but I think we've also tried to show that we're fair. But at some point it comes where you just can't do it all. I think we did support, for example, just on the sheriff side, the class and comp study to increase pay, radio cameras, radios, which were like $2 million. More recently, the body cameras, which I think were another 1.5. Some of that was grant money, but most of it was not, because we needed those things. But at this point, I think we're gonna have to make some tough decisions here about what positions we could fill and which ones we can't. And I knew this was coming. I expressed my concerns from the very beginning that we want to be fair and have a good contract, but there's also some constraints, financial constraints that come along with that. So this is a tough choice. I think it's not going to be easy on any of us, but we're going into a tough financial situation, and I believe the earlier that we could make some of these decisions and put some pauses, it's going to lessen the impact economically to staffing in the outgoing budget years. So that's why I just wanted to express that, which I expressed individually to a lot of folks even before we got to this place. I was just concerned on our limits on what can be affordable. And I think our last round of negotiations were significant. They came with a heavy price, but with that comes also being placed in a position where you can't staff up all your positions as you would want to. And I hear what we're hearing from our department heads. I recognize that, but if we don't take action, I think our goal is to try to minimize the impact, and taking some decisions today, I think we'll do that in future years. I did want to just speak to the request to delay. I know I'm open to that for our bargaining units. I don't know if a week makes any difference, but I know part of this is trying to put a pause on just any hiring decisions to offset any cost impacts that will have to the county. But I just wanted to ask our CEO on whether a 1 week delay would achieve anything, considering the request we got from our union representatives today?
The thought is to begin the discussions with our department directors. We have received information from the various departments. We're still going to have to go back and have further discussions. We wouldn't bring the removal of those positions that have been identified until November 12th. So there is going to be additional discussion. At this point, what it allows us to do is actually take a closer look. What was submitted by departments needs to be reviewed a little more in depth with the departments. And so there will be the discussion that will occur as part of that process. This is to help us prepare for the next fiscal year as well. We know that the cuts are going to be difficult, but we also need to start. Otherwise, we're going to face even bigger cuts as we prepare the fiscal year 25-26 budget. At this time, I know we've had quite a bit of discussion related to the vacancies. There isn't the request to remove all vacancies that exist. We're simply going to work with departments for those particular vacancies that we would need to remove at this time. But again, that's going to be a discussion for November 12th when your full board is convening.
Okay. All right. Thank you. See you.
I guess this is a process question as well. Will this circumstance be such that we will be able to have like regular updates on where we stand with things? As an example, you've tossed out a couple of dates have been put forward with, what will be happening next, that sort of thing. Because we are putting on a hiring freeze, that doesn't mean that it lasts for a year. It is completely open to change and to amendment as we look at what the financial situation is as we go along, virtually week to week kind of thing. And after you have the key additional, because I know you have been meeting with each of the departments and they have been intimately involved with the discussion that we are having here today. I also realize what a terribly difficult position this puts you in more than any of the rest of us. It's our responsibility, yes, but you're the one who has to bring forward the difficult message. So as much as it pains me to do so, I can see going ahead with this, knowing that you will be coming back to us every week, every 2 weeks, whatever it is, so that we know where we're going and how much further we have to go. Thank you.
That's correct. Our plan is to come back in November the 12th, but also in December we'll have a end of the year discussion as well. So that'll give us an idea of how we ended fiscal year 23-24. So it'll be additional discussion related to the situation in terms of our strategic reserve as well. Our hope is that as we prepare for the 25th, 26th budget year, that we'll have a better idea of some of the additional impacts. As many folks know, we do have a backlog of base wage studies that is being worked on by our Human Resources Department, and inevitably we understand that those will be additional impacts to all of our departments. But that'll give us, we're going to have additional discussions. Yes, we will be coming to your board probably at least monthly, but in addition to that, starting in as soon as December, January, we're going to be talking about fiscal year 25-26. And unless there's a significant revenue that comes in, we will be again discussing how we're going to address that fiscal year and whether or not there's additional impacts there.
I appreciate your honesty about this.
So as we look at this, I like to see this just not as a freeze actually, but as a pause, because the board here needs to really set some priorities on what it's going to do, and by having this halt, this freeze, this pause, whatever we want to describe it as, it gives us an opportunity to not have a moving target that keeps moving as we continue to hire, and for us not to take the time and set some of the basic priorities that we're going to need to do over the next over the next few weeks, but also over the next few months. We risk putting ourselves in a much more difficult situation where we're going to have to do some more draconian cuts, and that's what we're wanting to avoid. We're wanting to do this in a way that is fair, equitable, and financially sound. And I think the next few weeks, as we look at this, as it's come back on the 12th, the big issue here is we're looking at exemptions, and that's where it really comes down on priorities. And we've heard some critical services today that are really important to people in this county, and it's things that we have to weigh. But we can't just be ostriches sticking our heads in the sand and pretend everything's going to be okay. You got to make a hard decision. You got to pull your head out of the sand, and you got to look and make a decision of what's going to have to be done, and we've got to do something here. So I'm going to be in favor of this, knowing that there's going to be a lot of discussion. There's going to be a lot of action, and as I say, I look at this hopefully as just as something that will turn out to be temporary, that isn't going to be long-lasting. We can't have it just, things are long-lasting. Everything changes. But we've been, as Supervisor Alejo sort of alluded to, in a rather flush time during the COVID years, and we're facing tougher times right now. And those are the things that we need to face at this point. Any other discussion with the board or motion to proceed? Does anybody want lunch? Huh? Yeah, are we ready for a motion at this point?
Yeah. I just appreciate the feedback from everyone who spoke. I appreciate our county team who's trying to help us figure out how to walk through this together. And I recognize that this is incredibly challenging for everybody. And again, reiterate my commitment. And I think what I hear from my colleagues is that we're going to do our very best to try to navigate through this in partnership, and by continuing to listen and find the ways to work continuing in partnership, and crafting exemptions and exceptions in the ways that, as best as we can, to continue providing the best services to our residents in ways that continue to respect the incredible quality of services that our workforce provides, knowing that it's going to be imperfect as we do our best. So with that, I'll make a motion to direct and authorize the county administrative officer to immediately implement a hiring freeze for positions funded by the general fund discretionary revenue, and provide authority for the county administrative officer to develop hiring freeze exemption administrative guidelines to return back on October 22nd.
I think it's November 12th was the.
Sorry, yeah. November 12th. To return back on November 12th. Thank you.
I'll second that. Okay. We ready for a vote then? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll recess for lunch.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check, 1, 2.
Director of the California Department of Social Services. Did you know?
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
I'm Kim Johnson, Director of the California Department of Social Services. Did you know?
Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams and Root Askew joining us right now. Thank you.
In the Spanish interpreter services? Thank you, Diego.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés y español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And we have item 14, which is a presentation from the Department of Social Services. Let's go ahead, Diana.
I'm Diana Jimenez. I'm the Deputy Director over Aging and Adult Services, and today I will be providing an overview of our programs. The Aging and Adult Services programs provide a critical role and services to some of our most vulnerable socially and economically senior adults and individuals living with disabilities. So according to trends, these services that we provide through the county, there's going to be a greater need for them as our population continues to grow. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share what our branch does. So the Aging and Adult Services program is under the Department of Social Services. Today I will be highlighting 5 mandated programs and 5 special grant programs. Our mission is to empower and serve the aging population and the persons living with disability to live safely and with dignity. At this point, I would like to thank and acknowledge the staff that work for Aging and Adult Services. This is a group of highly dedicated individuals that work both in the front lines and behind the scenes to provide the services needed for our community, and they show up every day and they go above and beyond. So thank you to the amazing staff that I have the honor of working with. The first program that I'd like to highlight is the Area Agency on Aging. It is one of 33 planning service areas. It's funded through the Federal Older Americans Act and the Older Californians Act. It was established in 1980 by this board, and it consists of 4 staff members and an advisory council who provides much needed input and advocacy. The programs, the main program responsibilities include planning, administering, and funding the local programs. And our focus area is adults age 60 and over and individuals with disability, caregivers, and their families. The priority group is older adults who are low income, minority, limited English speaking, and or residing in rural areas. One of the major things we have to do under the AAA is develop the area plan. In order to do that, we have to conduct needs assessments that help us identify the service needs and priorities for older adults. This past year, the state conducted a survey statewide for each of the AAAs, and to augment that information, we also conducted a local AAA survey, and we held 3 focus groups in North and South counties to further research and investigate what is the community saying are the needs. We also held a public hearing. Based on these surveys and needs assessments, there were 5 top service needs: housing, healthcare, transportation, mental health, social engagement, and additional needs, especially in South and North County, included food, financial assistance, and then for all of them was caregiving concerns and information and assistance. I do want to highlight the mental health one because this one stays very much ingrained in my brain when we did the focus groups, and I was talking to this particular group in North County, and in Spanish when I asked, how do you cope with stress and stress really is what I said. And so this one elderly woman told me in Spanish, tenemos que mantener nuestra ansiedad y tristeza adentro, lo tragamos, which translates to we have to keep our sadness and anxiety inside, we have to swallow it. The other one that stays in my brain that came from South County in our King City and Greenfield group is the quote you see on top. You know, I receive $1,300 a month from Social Security, which is not enough to pay for rent, food, and transportation. And one of the elderly people there shared with our group that in order to make it, she has to go to the different food bank distributions because she just simply does not have enough money and runs out of food. So based on this, the information we received, we invested in healthcare, housing, transportation, mental health, and social engagement to address the isolation and depression that sits in, especially with elders that don't have a family support system. And I'll go into more detail. So we work with our partner agencies in the community who we value and need, and they're part of the Aging Network to provide and augment services in housing-related healthcare, transportation, mental health, and social engagement. We invested over $7 million to help address senior nutrition, isolation through digital connections, senior intergenerational activities, and then counseling for different types of insurances, Medicare specifically. And we received a $2 million grant for AgeWise, which is a partnership with Behavioral Health. The services included congregate meals, support for congregate meals and home-delivered meals, legal assistance, support services, as I mentioned earlier, like Medi-Cal counseling, family caregiver support, respite counseling, long-term care, digital support, and information and referral assistance. This help, Meals on Wheels, provide an additional 170,000 meals to be delivered at home. It helped provide an additional 50,000 congregate meals to seniors. Our information and referral team was able to respond to 14,000 calls. Our legal services partner was able to provide over 4,000 hours of legal services. Alliance on Aging was able to do more outreach, and which include over 11,000 outreach, and provides counseling to over 1,600 individuals in the community. We provided 350 iPads through a partnership with Loaves and Fishes for seniors to help with isolation and reaching resources. The Alliance on Aging also provided over 1,200 plus individual consultations for long-term care residents through the Ombudsman program. Alzheimer's Association was able to reach 15,000 clients and over 500 caregiver groups. And our Health Project Center partner was able to provide much-needed support to families who providing long-term providing care for their loved ones. Another mandated program is the Adult Protective Services Program. This is the program that investigates reports of abuse on elders 60 years of age and over, and individuals living with a disability who are mentally or physically impaired. We have a team, a very small team of 13 APS social workers who investigate these reports. And on the third column, you see the types of reports that we respond to. Last year, that included investigating over 2,900 reports of abuse. That's an increase of 11% from the prior year, and it has tripled within the last 10 years. The top 4 abuse report cases that we investigate include self-neglect, financial abuse, psychological abuse, and neglect by others. APS social workers also connect the individuals with support services, and they work collaboratively with law enforcement, medical institutions, and other government agencies, in addition to our service providers, to help provide much-needed support to these vulnerable adults. Another program that is mandated is the in-home supported services, and I'd like to share a very short video that helps provide an overview of this program.
Hi. I'm Kim Johnson, Director of the California Department of Social Services. Did you know that the longest standing program that enables California residents to live independently and safely in their own home is celebrating a big milestone? The In-Home Supportive Services Program, also known as IHSS, is a statewide Medi-Cal program that provides personal care and domestic services to eligible low-income older adults and people with disabilities as an alternative to out-of-home care. The inception of the program can be traced back to about 70 years ago, when the state gave cash grants to eligible Californians who needed to hire their own caregivers. The IHSS program has become a core component of the state system of long-term services and supports and plays a vital role in supporting Californians with disabilities, including children, adults, and seniors. IHSS has grown tremendously over the years and is currently serving over 730,000 program recipients statewide. What also makes IHSS unique is its consumer-driven, self-directed service delivery model, which allows the program recipients to select and hire providers of their own choice and manage their services in the best way that meets their individual care needs.
It is incredibly difficult to quantify both the tangible and intangible aspects of the IHSS program because it allows someone like myself to live independently, to be a productive and hopefully thriving member of my community.
The IHSS program has helped us to have other caregivers that assist my mother with her active daily living. Having the IHSS program available has offered us hope.
It's the opposite of institutionalization, such as nursing homes or other institutions. We have choice and we have control over our own lives instead of someone else making those decisions for us. And that's what everybody wants, right? Everybody wants a choice in how they live, where they live, what they eat, etc.
It's designed to help those of us that need assistance to live in our homes, to live at home, and to live in the community.
The IHSS program has addressed the needs and challenges of the community by allowing clients to remain in their own home safely with a care provider. It also serves as a bridge to local agencies who could assist the client and family become more self-sufficient.
When somebody first approached me about it and said that the goal of IHSS is to allow people with disabilities to live safely at home, I assumed that it meant people who were more disabled than I was, until somebody explained that no, it just means that there are some activities that you cannot do safely for yourself.
One of the other things that I find really successful or a notable outcome that I've seen from the program is the connection and the active participation that our IHSS consumers have on our advisory board, and their willingness to provide suggestions and improvements to the program. That's really, really admirable.
I'm very honored.
I'm very honored
to be asked to join.
To be asked to join
in this anniversary celebration.
In this anniversary celebration.
IHSS allows me to.
Yeah, IHSS allowed her to still live in the city.
I'm very grateful.
Oh, you're very grateful.
For the life I lead.
Yeah, for the life she leads.
If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't know what the seniors would do, the people with disability. They are great assets here to the state of California. Not only that they are great assets to the seniors and the people with disability, also their workers. They do just as more for their workers than they do for their consumers, which is the patients.
For more information about IHSS, visit cdss.ca.gov.
Locally, the IHSS program is overseen again by the Aging and Adult Services Program. We have 27 IHSS social workers who do the assessments to determine eligibility for the program and also the amount of hours they're eligible for. Services include house cleaning, meal preparation, grocery shopping, personal care like bathing and grooming, and then taking individuals to medical appointments. Eligibility includes being a California resident on Medi-Cal, blind or disabled adult, and they have to have a certification from the medical provider that they need these services. Over 6,500 Monterey County residents receive IHSS locally, and over 6,000 are IHSS providers. On average, $13.7 million is paid monthly, and over $164 million yearly to IHSS providers here in this county. Of the IHSS providers, 79% are family members caring for their loved ones, of which 72% live with their relatives, and of those, 33% are parents caring for either their child or adult child. Another mandated program is the IHSS Public Authority. This program helps registered individuals who want to be an IHSS provider. They maintain the registry, they do background checks. We have 5 IHSS Public Authority workers who do this. And we keep a registry, so someone who doesn't know anyone and needs IHSS services would contact us and we try to match a provider with them that meets their needs, and they can interview and decide who they want. Another mandated program is the Information Referral and Assistance Program. We have a small team of 6 social workers who respond to an average of 14,000 calls annually and about 1,200 calls and walk-ins monthly. They provide information on services and resources available in the community. The top requested services include caregiver support. If you can imagine, being a IHSS provider to a loved one, especially because you love that individual and want to do more than, and they do much more than we pay for. It's very, very demanding, and so the caregiver support is much needed. Also request medical information. Another top request is information on homelessness and eviction prevention. The individuals 50 and over is the fastest growing homeless population, so it's no surprise that this is one of the top requested services, and then also disability services and supports. With a partnership with the Monterey County Weekly, the Information and Referral Assistant Team developed this Living Well magazine that provides a comprehensive list of resources and supports in the community, and it's also available online. There are 5 other additional programs that we run that are optional and grant-based. So the first one is Aging and Disability Resource Connection. This is a no wrong door service delivery model, and it's the purpose is to provide enhanced information and assistance and work with our aging service providers and the network to make sure that if someone calls, for example, Alliance on Aging, and they're really looking for Medi-Cal services, that they don't just hang up and say, well, call this number. That they do a warm handoff to social services, connect that individual to the services they need. And the same for us. If they call a county employee asking for a service like legal services, we don't provide that, but we're going to do a warm handoff to legal services so that they get that connection versus just providing a number. And we do have over 100 service providers that connect with us, I think it's every 2 months, to be part of that network and share information on their services. The ADRC invested $1.4 million in the community and includes a partnership with Cecil. Another optional program that we applied for and got the grant, it's a homeless intervention program, and it's called Home Safe. This program, through this program, we received $1.8 million. The focus is APS clients, so individuals who have been abused or we are investigating and allegations of abuse. We connect them not only with services, but also with housing navigation and financial assistance like rental and mortgage arrears, temporary housing security deposits, utility payments, and moving costs and other services that they need to really help prevent homelessness. And this is a partnership, as I said earlier, with Cecil. Another program that's also a homeless intervention program is Housing and Disability Advocacy Program. The difference between the first one and this one is focused on individuals with disabilities who are not currently getting any type of income except maybe GA, general assistance. So the goal is to try to help them navigate the Social Security system and get SSI benefits. And while we're doing that, we also assist them with accessing other resources in the community or through our department, and also provide housing navigation. And this is another partnership with Cecil. Another program is the Supplemental Security Income. This one is a team of 4 social workers who help people in the HSTAP program and Home Safe program navigate that Social Security system and provide ongoing case management, transportation, basically whatever that client needs to try to access these services. We provide that intensive case management. AgeWise is the program I spoke to you about earlier that we applied for a $2 million grant in partnership with our county behavioral health program. The goal of this program is to reduce the recidivism rate on our APS referrals, and including involuntary hospitalizations like 5150s, ER visits, and calls. This is modeled after San Bernardino, who received national attention and award for investing in this type of model, and they saved in the county millions of dollars by doing this prevention work. So we're starting very small. They have a team of 22, including psychiatrists. We have a team of 4 people, I believe. So we're starting very small and see how it goes. And so the population we'll be helping, again, is high risk elders age 60 and over, Medi-Cal recipients, APS clients who are in need of mental health services. We, again, will work with behavioral health to provide that intensive case management and counseling, and also with a multidisciplinary team of whatever partners we need to call in to help this individual mitigate whatever their crisis situation is, and hopefully prevent further hospitalizations and ER visits. And why does this all matter? Well, it matters because currently we have a senior population of over 94,000. That's 22% of our population. Of that population, over 13,000 are veterans. Of that 13,000, more than half are over age 65. And as you know, we're all aging. It's not going to go backwards. We're all aging. And that aging population is expected to be 1 in 4 by 2030. We're living longer and becoming more diverse. Just as an example, the state survey that I referenced that they did, California Department of Aging, most of the individuals that responded to that, and based on some of our data, our largest age population that's 65 and over are non-minorities, but that's shifting, right? Our Latino population, for example, is aging, so that will shift and will continue to shift. And that's not just here in Monterey County, it's statewide, nationally. So we're living longer, more diverse, experiencing more complexities as we age, which includes homelessness, financial vulnerability, caregiving shortages, mental health, medical, physical challenges. And those without family members or a support system, they're facing isolation, loneliness, and then, we have so many that are, working with and through Alzheimer's and dementia. Monterey County is also home to over 36,000 individuals living with a disability that are 18 and over. That's 1 in 4 Californians that also are living with disabilities. And again, this is not just in California or Monterey County, it's a trend nationally. The number of seniors living at home that rely on support services is increasing, right? Most people, most of us, we don't want to be in long-term care facilities as we age, right? We want to stay at home, but that requires support services and systems, especially if you don't have the financial resources. So DSS programs, in partnership with our local service providers, as I said, we depend on and collaborate with, We collectively assist our aging and disabled community members to live safely at home with dignity and for as long as possible. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I will respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Diane. I've got a question. It's the second time I got to see this presentation. Really great one. I want to, on one of your earliest slides, there was a point about abuse reports, and I'm just curious, on the back end of that, obviously there's a process. Are we seeing additional prosecution, are we finding that more of those reports are true? I guess that is my question, or is that just the upfront reports?
Yeah, the number I gave are actual reports of abuse. The biggest one is financial abuse right now that we're seeing, and scams. And so we do work with financial institutions to try to mitigate that. Part of the dilemma, though, is especially if you have individuals who suffer from dementia, who are being taken advantage of, or they're just embarrassed. They don't want to pursue it any more than they have to. It just makes it difficult, but we try our best to connect them with law enforcement when needed, with the DA's office when needed, for to pursue it and file criminal charges. But it is difficult for many of them to follow through.
So we don't have data on.
I don't have no.
Okay.
Like if they were referred to law enforcement and the DA. I don't have that data, but I can work on it.
That would be great if we could get that. And then that brings me to the only follow-up I have, which is something that I've heard, it's including this weekend from several of my, let's call them older constituents. They really want to see the county put forward a mortgage lock. There's private companies that'll help you put, that security on your mortgage. It's a sort of second layer of protection to make sure there's nothing funny going on with the title paperwork. And so I'm just curious if that's a service that we can look into. I know San Benito is implementing a program now. I've heard about an interest in Santa Cruz as well. But if that's something we could look into, it'd be great.
Okay, I have not heard of that, but if you can send me that information, we'll definitely research it.
Will do. Thank you.
I take this out to the public, then bring it back to the board. Unless you want to have a comment? No. Okay. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? Yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Regina Gage, and I'm the Executive Director with Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley, which is my distinct honor, but I just wanted to come and say thank you so much to the folks at AAA, Diana Jimenez, of course, Marlene, I don't see Thomas here, I don't see Araceli, but without their support, we would not be able to do what we do. And Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley has been around for about 52 years, and what we do, our main program, is that of serving homebound seniors, and these are some of the most vulnerable seniors in our community, all the way down to Gonzales, Chular, Soledad, King City, Greenfield, and of course in Castroville, Prunedale, North County, and of course in Salinas. So we serve about 250 people a week, and as I said, we've been doing that for about 52 years. Not me personally, although sometimes it may feel that way, but there is no way that we would be able to do this without the funding and the support from the people at AAA. So thank you for everything that you do. You guys are great collaborators. We know you always have our best interest. A few years ago, we created a program as a way to combat some of the things that Diana mentioned, the social isolation, the lack of ability to get out and hear music, to have a meal together. So we created this program, and the first one was called SOCOS, and that stands for South County Senior Social. That was started in Soledad right after the pandemic. We're now holding 7 of these a month. We have one in Castroville, and thank you, Alex, for letting us come to Castroville. Of course, that one's called NOCOS, North County Senior Social. And then we created 2 in Salinas, and that one's called SASO. But again, there's no way that we would be able to do all of these other programs without the support of AAA. So we like to think that we'll be around for another 52 years. And while our main program is that of serving home-delivered meals, we also know that by enhancing this program and doing other things, Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley provides more than a meal. So thank you, Board of Supervisors, and again, thank you, AAA, for your continued support of our agency.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John McPherson, Executive Director of the Alliance on Aging, the oldest senior service organization, nonprofit in Monterey County, and want to highlight two programs today that we get support from the AAA. That is the Ombudsman Program, and that is the Medicare Counseling Program. And I have two outstanding professionals here who run our programs, Liz Corona, who runs the Medicare Counseling Program, and Elizabeth Campos, who's going to talk a little bit about the Ombudsman Program. So Liz.
Hello, good afternoon. So yes, my name is Liz Corona. I am the Health Insurance Counseling and Advocacy Program Manager at Alliance on Aging. Louder? Oh, okay, perfect. HICAP is basically the Medicare Counseling Program. Can you hear me better now? Okay, perfect. So we serve anyone over the age of 18 that qualifies for Medicare due to disability, end-stage renal disease, ALS, or based off of age due to turning 65 for Medicare. We serve all of Monterey County. We have English and Spanish-speaking counselors that serve all of our clients. We do have 16 registered volunteer counselors among 4 HICAP staff members. We are registered counselors with the state of California to provide unbiased information. We're not agents or brokers, so we never choose a plan. So we do review Medicare counseling options. We also help with appeals. So when Medicare denies a claim, we also help with going with that appeal process. We also have the California Health Advocates Senior Medicare Patrol stipend to provide Medicare fraud information and scams. So when we hear of a scam or fraud that happens in the county, we do alert it to them as well. Just to give you a little bit of data, since annual election period, open enrollment just started today. So if you have any Medicare beneficiaries in your family, it's really important that they reassess their Part D plans. Last year, during October through December, we served over 912 clients with an estimated of savings of $839,541 in just savings. So if you have anyone that's on Medicare, please have them call us to schedule an appointment. That's it for me.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Campos, and I also work at the Alliance on Aging. I am the Ombudsman Program Manager, and our program is an advocacy program for residents that live in long-term care facilities, so that includes assisted living and nursing homes. The mission of our program is to resolve the complaints of the residents, and as you can imagine, there are a lot of issues in long-term care. Something that we recently and oftentimes see this happening a lot, our residents that are in nursing homes get transferred between facilities out of the county. We are currently working on a case about a resident, a longtime resident from Carmel. She was admitted in the hospital and then after that transferred to a nursing home in Salinas. Well, the nursing home decided they could no longer care for her, and they literally put her in a van and drove her to Southern California without her consent, without informing her about her rights. So that's where we come in. We educate them about their options. We can be part of meetings with the staff at the facility to ensure that the residents are safe and receiving proper care. With this particular resident, after 2 months, she was able to come back, but the harm had already been done. She lost a lot of weight, and honestly, she couldn't remember where she was transferred to. So these are just some of the things that we get to see. So I greatly appreciate the support from the AAA and inviting us to come and speak here to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Lopez. I'm the General Manager with the North County Rec and Park District in Castroville. We offer several programs there for youth, adults, but one that is dear to my heart is the Senior Center. We offer meals Monday through Friday, a warm meal free of charge to qualifying seniors. We are also part of the Senior Social that Meals on Wheels just talked about, and a health promotion program. And all of those would not be possible without the help of AAA, Diana and her team, Marlene, Tom. They've been great to work with. Just recently, we had another program, a 5-month program, which was intergenerational cooking classes, which was a great success. We actually set up our gym. We had about 20 different cooking stations where seniors could kind of, follow the guest chef that we had in creating healthy recipes that use local produce that were easy to make. And also it provided, because this was in the early evening, it provided that dinner for some of those seniors that otherwise would go without, because we do have that. And also to add more color to Diana's slide, I've actually had a couple of seniors this week approach me. One is going through cancer treatment. The other one suffering from depression. And they pointed out to me, they came to me, they thanked me. Because this is the highlight of their day, coming to the senior center, being in that environment, social environment, and just talking to other seniors is a great help to them. So once again, thank you guys. Thank you for the board for backing these programs. And yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth Rodriguez. I am the Communications and Community Engagement Director at CHISPA. Thank you very much for the presentation, Diana and Marlene. I am very grateful for the work that AAA is doing in our county. CHISPA has 333 units that are senior housing only, and out of those, all of our sites in Monterey County have congregate meals. This just started. We added 2 additional sites this year, so I'm very proud to say that we have 5 sites that have full congregate meals. We're serving about 120 meals daily. This is in partnership with Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula and Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley that also does the SASOS at CHISPA. So we're very grateful. I've had the opportunity to actually do one-on-one intakes with our seniors, and it's devastating to find out that this is really the main meal they're counting on, that their income, even though CHISPA is affordable housing and the rents are very low, that in reality, it's not enough. Their Social Security is not enough for their food, it's not enough for their rent, it's not enough for the utilities and the cost of living. So I'm grateful that we're able to have this program, that our seniors are able to receive a warm meal, and more than anything, that they're able to congregate together and come together. We have some of our seniors here and some of our senior staff that help serve the meals, so thank them for being here, and thank you guys for the great work that you guys are doing in our community.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jordan Berg. I'm the Community Engagement Specialist with the Alzheimer's Association. I just wanted to take this moment to really thank the AAA for your support of our association. We know that every 66 seconds, someone is diagnosed with Alzheimer's or dementia in this country. And here in Monterey County, there are more than 9,000 people living with Alzheimer's or dementia. And this number is expected to double by 2050. We also know that every person who has this disease, there are 1 to 3 unpaid caregivers that are caring for them. And so this means that the number of people affected in Monterey County is in the tens of thousands of people. So this is why we're so grateful for your support. It allows us to maintain our local office and our local staff. It allows us to provide support groups, both in person and virtually, to caregivers and those living in the early stages of the disease. We're also able to provide education and awareness about Alzheimer's, and also education to caregivers. Some topics we cover are how to support the independence of someone living with the disease, how to communicate effectively with them, and how to understand and respond to dementia-related behaviors. And so we just really appreciate the support of the AAA and the funding that allows us to continue these services here locally. And we hope that one day with the support, we'll be able to find a cure for the disease. So thank you so much.
I'm Christina Andrade, and the Senior Family Consultant for the Delmar Caregiver Resource Center, which is a recipient of some of the AAA funds through the Family Caregiver Support Program. As Jordan just said, we do have a vast majority of seniors throughout Monterey County that have memory loss and confusion, and good majority of them are being taken care of by the family caregiver, who give up a lot financially and emotionally. They give up time that they could spend with their families. They give up their jobs lots of times. So it becomes a big burden to what we call the informal caregiver. And that's what our agency works with, is we work with the at-home informal caregiver that's taking care of someone with memory impairment. We offer respite grants to help pay for someone to come in so they can get a break away. We also offer individual counseling with LCSWs to help them deal with the emotional stress of caregiving. We offer individual 1-hour consultation with an elder law attorney to look at documents that they have in hand or to talk about some documents that they may need in the future. We do educational groups, not only to the informal caregiver, to the community in general. And we also have a contract with Monterey County to provide education to the IHSS workers. We do offer also support groups, and in Monterey County, we have a long-standing partnership with the interns at Natividad, where we do a Latino monthly support group, where an hour of it is basically just support, and then there's an hour of education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Rodriguez, and this is Emerita Serrano. We are here from Central Coast Center for Independent Living, CECIL. Today, we are here to provide a short summary, a presentation about how the partnership between CECIL, the AAA, Department of Social Services of Monterey County, has assisted CECIL to expand services under 3 different programs. First, CECIL has been able to expand its housing programs through the Housing Disability Advocacy Program, HDAP, and home safe programs, which both target 2 of the most vulnerable populations in our county. HDAP assists consumers with disabilities who are in need of assistance to access Social Security benefits and housing services by providing individual advocacy, housing navigation, case management, and financial assistance.
Home Safe program provides services to our seniors who are at risk of losing their homes, but by providing housing assistance, case management, and financial assistance. And the last program is the partnership under the Aging Disability Resource Connection, ADRC, assists seniors and people with disabilities to access and navigate services in the systems by providing short and long-term services. Lastly, from the fiscal year 2023-2024, we assisted under our HDAP program a total of 73 households, 113 individuals, home safe 16 under our rapid rehousing services, and 35 under homeless prevention. Households under ADRC, CECIL received a total of 2,050 calls and provided services to 1,011 consumers. We are thankful for these collaborations and the continuance of these funding sources that allow us to serve our community. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else in chambers? Oh, yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Rodriguez, and I serve as a member of the Advisory Council for the Monterey County Area Agency on Aging. So first, I just want to say I'm very impressed always by the work that our small and mighty team do. I am also the CEO of Golden Pace Health, which is an organization with the mission to protect, promote, and enhance the quality of life for seniors and their caregivers in California's traditionally underserved and rural communities. Today, I want to take a moment to emphasize the critical work and the role that the AAA plays in supporting older adults across our county, particularly those in rural and underserved areas. Through its targeted programs, the AAA has demonstrated a profound impact on addressing the most pressing needs of our senior population. Nutritional meals, caregiver support, social engagement. By funding these initiatives, not only is the AAA helping older adults remain in their homes, but also ensuring that they can live with dignity and independence. The success of these programs speaks to the AAA's ability to respond to the unique challenges of the Monterey County. where isolation and limited access to services are significant barriers. Their strategic partnership and funding efforts have enabled a wide range of services, as we heard today, of service providers to reach those who need it most. As someone who is working to bring the PACE model of care to Monterey County, I see how this foundation of services will be essential to our future efforts in providing comprehensive care for older adults. The AAA's work is truly invaluable, and I encourage continued support of its programs as they provide critical services to our seniors. Thank you for your ongoing dedication to this very important work. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? Don't see anybody. So do we have anybody online?
Esther.
Yes, Esther, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Esther Malkin. I founded Monterey County Renters United, which is how I know some of you through. And I just wanted to mention how I got involved in my advocacy for renters, which is about a decade ago. I was looking for a rental myself and was having a really hard time. And at the same time, I started learning about the women on the peninsula that were homeless. And they are mostly seniors. And it made me realize that that could be me one day. So I appreciate all of these programs, and it's wonderful that we have them. I just come in contact with a number of people that apply or go to these agencies, and they can't qualify because they, quote, make too much. And so I'm just curious if there's any ability to try and include some of the people that are not qualifying somehow, similar to how the city of Monterey created a standalone renter assistance program so that they could help people who are not qualifying because of the same reason, that they earn too much. And I don't know a single person that Social Security covers their rent anywhere. So, I mean, we all know housing is a significant problem, but we really have to try and expand who we can cover in our area because the HUD parameters are just not enough. And we have more and more people that are going to become homeless. And while, these programs are helping a lot of people, I wonder, the numbers of people that we can't help that I would love to see, some data on if possible. Thank you.
And nobody else online, so close public comment and bring it back for the board for, I know we don't have, this is just a presentation, there's no action on here. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge this is a beautiful presentation. Whoever put this together, it's really pretty. And the level of detail provided, I really appreciate it. I'm going to be printing out a copy. I always like to sort of have little flashcards and a lot of data that I'm going to put to memorization. So thank you for the just information. A handful of things that just jump out to me. We clearly have some amazing partners, and there's a lot of things that government does really well, but there's a lot of things that government can't do without community nonprofit partners. And to everyone who has made the commitment to jump through all of the hoops that come along with government contracting in order to serve community, I just want to personally say thank you for being willing to make that commitment and partner with the county in service to the residents that we're here to serve together. We couldn't do this work without you, so thank you for making that commitment. This is one of those services that I like to say sometimes the county provide services just in the unincorporated county. And when we're talking about, some of our, the sheriff was here earlier, and we have animal services, and we have roads, and we have all these things that are just unincorporated county. And then we have these sort of umbrella services that touch all of our cities and our residents who reside both in unincorporated and cities. And so much of what was covered today and so many of the services that you're providing really are these umbrella services that cover everybody. And so I think that's it. Just I wanted to call that out. You don't have to live in an unincorporated part of the county to be eligible for the services that were shared with us today. The a couple other questions or things I wanted to mention was the clarity about the funding. And so many of the funding sources that were talked about, we had a conversation earlier this morning about county general fund dollars, but so much of the funding that's coming to our partners in these cases is really money that's coming to the county from the state and other dedicated sources. And we get the honor of being able to figure out how do we distribute that locally so that it has the highest and greatest good to meet the specific and unique needs here in Monterey County. And our great team at Social Services is really, I think, working to figure out where those needs are in the community, who's best prepared to deliver those, to meet those needs in the community. And we're really lucky that that we live in a state that has made that kind of prioritization to say that these are residents who deserve to have funding invested in them, and that we're going to trust our counties to be here to make those investments locally. So just want to acknowledge sort of where that money comes from so we can thank our state representatives as well and encourage them to continue making those kinds of investments into our adult and aging population, since we know the needs are only going to grow over time. And then just on a very personal level, some of the things that were mentioned, legal services was one, home delivered meals was one. I've had the opportunity to benefit from some of those services in my own family, and I'll just comment that it is so challenging to have to figure out how to navigate all of these things. I actually feel so lucky that we were able to have a durable power of attorney in place so that I could sign documents on my mom's behalf when the need showed up. And so lucky that we were able to have access to legal services to seniors so that they could review the documents so that we had them available to us. And I just want to encourage people to take the time to look, just before you're in that face-to-face of needing it. If you're, just because I just want to get my words right here. We all love someone who's aging. And so think about who that might be and think about what services you might be needing, not necessarily for yourself, but for those people around you that you love. Figure out where they are and how to make sure you've got those documents in place before it comes time for you to need them. Legal Services for Seniors, phenomenal organization. There's so many things they can just review for you in advance before you end up in a hospital so that you can have access to medical records and have that conversation with a doctor. I'm also just going to acknowledge and throw it out there, there's so much more work that we need to do to make sure that our aging and older adults have the advocates that they need as they get older. I filled out a housing application for a loved one recently. It was the most complex document that I think I've ever completed, and it took me 3 tries to get it right. And I consider myself fairly able to do these things. I fill out a lot of documents. But if it took me 3 tries to get it right, I can only imagine how difficult it would have been for someone who was trying to fill it out who didn't have an advocate with them available to help. And it shouldn't be that hard. So I think we need to keep bringing up these issues as you all see them and as we see them so that we can advocate for some of the streamlining, because we shouldn't have to be paying people to be the advocate to fill out the document to make sure that it gets done right so that someone can get into the housing that they can afford. So thank you for the work you're doing. Appreciate all of you being here today and the work that you're doing every day. And I think the need is only going to grow, so our conversation and our advocacy to the state is only going to need to get louder and bigger and stronger. And I look forward to being a part of that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think all of us want to express our sincere gratitude. Thank you, Dan, for the presentation, and certainly to all our unsung heroes who do such tremendous work day after day for our seniors throughout Monterey County. And I'm glad to hear all the different programs, whether it's South County, North County, Salinas, or the Peninsula. I recently was able to visit Meals on Wheels for the Monterey Peninsula, and I got to get a better insight of not only the dedicated staff, but all the many volunteers who deliver these services to our seniors day in and day out. So I just want to recognize that work and just show my respect for what you do every day. It's certainly important, and I think there's even some changes within the Latino community. You know, we even moved away from using words as anciano, kind of had that pejorative taste, sense to it, and I know now they say personas de tercera edad, even within our communities, and how do we talk about services and the needs of our senior community in a respectful way, and moving away from any derogatory or disrespectful terms. I appreciate seeing the significant number, 22% of our county are seniors. That's 60 and over. And one thing I just wanted to talk about was, one, the help that you do provide. I know everything that you all mentioned really makes a big difference in our seniors' lives that most of the public do not see. Just talking about supplemental income, technical public benefits program, but when you're retired, you're on a fixed income. It's not much even considering the cost of living that we have here in Monterey County, but that additional income really makes a big difference. The other issue was on housing, and maybe that's something that we focus on, housing needs for our growing senior population. I know we have a proposal in one of our county properties to build just that, to have senior housing built on one of our properties on 855 East Laurel, because we also recognize that's a sector of our population that's not talked about. We do focus a lot on our workforce housing, on our families, farm workers, homes for our young people when they come back from college, but our seniors, we also got to meet their needs. And when we're on fixed incomes, high rents make it out of reach for so many of them. The last thing I would also just speak to is what Supervisor Askew mentioned on the legal services for seniors. I'm just glad they're there, because many times when legal issues come to our office, even though I worked in legal aid and I work for the court, we can't give legal advice, but it's great to have an agency that is supported by us that is able to help them, whether it's public benefits or whether it's landlord-tenant issues, or abuse sometimes. I even when I worked for the court, on the flip side, I had an elderly couple that had a one rental unit in Castroville, and they had the worst tenant you could imagine. And when you go months not paying rent and you depend on that income, that's another form of elder abuse as well. I just want to recognize and give my accolades to these heroes in our community for all you do for our seniors, and for coming here and advocating and speaking up and providing the public the information that you all do for our senior population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've had the great opportunity of working with you guys for a long, long time in different elements of my career, and I've always admired your calm ability to address emerging problems, which you continue to do. And I'm very thankful that we have people and leaders like yourselves in our community. As more and more of us continue to age and continue to live, I think as I look around at my colleagues, many of us want to make sure that we continue to thrive. And one of the ways of doing that, I think, is through some of the volunteer programs that have been mentioned today, some of the programs that you sponsor, that really helps people continue to grow even at an advanced age, because you're able to share something and able to give something. So I just give an overview of thanks for the many, many different programs that you ensure are in place. I've had the opportunity a number of times to meet with IHHS workers here in our county. And if it were not for the work that you guys do, they would not be able to do the unbelievably hard work that they do. And I just have to give a couple of shout outs to the different things that I see that you do. The Ombudsman program as well, have personally experienced that in my own family. Very, very helpful for people, just incredibly so. But looking at the people who are here with you and around you, it just shows that you know how to bring people together to address bigger needs, and needs that we know will only continue to grow. So thank you so much for everything that you do, and I know you have a very, very thankful community because of you. So thank you very much.
I want to thank you all as well. Again, second time I got to see this presentation, and as Supervisor Askey mentioned, data rich, right? Everything that we've been able to collect and put forward that helps us advocate for the changes that we want to see happen in our community. Incredibly grateful to staff, but more importantly as well to the partners who help bring forward that data. We know we don't collect it alone. It's a partnership. And that partnership, yes, comes with a little bit of financial help on our end, but from your end, you're helping us tell the story. Because for so long, our communities couldn't tell their stories, especially in South County. I want to call out the Meals on Wheels program that was referenced earlier. I look out from my office upon the Memorial Hall building, and I know that that partnership with the city has been an incredibly lucrative one in terms of joy. My staff went last week, and it's specifically Monica went, and it was supposed to just be to attend the event. And next thing I know, I got a video of her singing and everybody was out dancing. So I was like, wait a minute, that's not what I sent you over there for. But really, the joy that people get from showing up to these spaces and places created for them to socialize and realize that we see them, that we value them, and that we're investing in them, especially as those who often feel like they don't have anything to give. I hear that from so many of the elders in my family. So as we change the language to reflect the value that we see in our elders in our community, or los de la tercera edad, right? Like the way that we just talk about it is so critical and important. I want to appreciate each one of you partners for bringing forward your piece today, for taking the time to share the elements of your story that help create the tapestry of who we are as a community. And as we move forward, know that we know the work's not done. There's so much more need out there, communities that still don't feel seen or heard, and I look forward to, as Supervisor Askey shared earlier, being a partner, whether it's at the state level advocating for that change or here locally making sure that we expand the programs that are working. And thank you for bringing forward that data that allows us to do that. So thank you for your partnership, and I look forward to seeing this presentation again next year. Thanks, everybody.
It's also my second time seeing the presentation, and it doesn't get old. You know, as I say, it's really good. Every time I see it, I go, well, I didn't remember that part. This is something new, some new data. It's so rich in the detail, and I don't know, social services always does a great job on these presentations, but this one's particularly great, touching upon a really important issue, as you and others have pointed out. We're all getting older, and society is getting more older people, but it's not just getting more older people, growing to a 25%, as you say, by 2030 in the population percentage, but people are living longer. And as they live longer, they become more vulnerable. And this is one of the great challenges we have, because I think as we look back historically as a society, we haven't always treated our elderly as well. They're some of the most powerless and disenfranchised around, and are easily taken advantage of. But when I look out here at what we have in this county, and I see the partnership between these the nonprofits and the county, I see that things get done. And there's really no better compliment than just to be able to get things done. I am pretty well knowledgeable on the senior centers, as Alex Lopez had presented up here earlier. Back in the 90s, my mother was a director at the Prunedale Senior Center, so I've had some awareness of these for a long time. And to know that the shoestring budget that they operate on and all the good they do says a lot. It's just how impactful these programs, these efforts can be with just a few dollars. And sometimes we look out here at programs, we put a lot of money into it, and we wonder, has this really made a difference? How much has this done? But when I look out at these programs, at these efforts, at all of you who are out there doing work, I mean, I really see impact, something that's really, really impactful. And we're on a good path there, but we need to do more. This is really a priority in our society, and it is an increasingly great need. But I know what I see here in this county and going is that there are great things being done. One of the things we need to reach out to, and is always the greater challenge, is those who can't make it to senior centers. Those who are homebound. It's an increasingly growing number, and they're isolated. Some of them have different disabilities that limit them. Some of them just are, as the first presentation presented up here, living on $1,300 a month. I mean, I don't know how you can live on $1,300 a month. But with the resources we provide, we help that bridge that gap a little bit. So I want to thank all of you for all the work that you've done. You're doing a great job, and you're helping a lot of people. Thank you. Yes, Diana.
Thank you. So in closing, I want to thank each and every one of you who commented, and thank you again for the opportunity for sharing what we do at the county level, but also what we do with our partners in the community who we definitely depend on and need, because we cannot do it alone as county agencies. I also want to take time to acknowledge the members of the AAA Council who made time to be here with us, because I'm not sure if I acknowledged them previously, but thank you for being here, and thank you to all who are in the audience who took time to be here. And most importantly, I want to thank Marlene, who really is the leader in the AAA world. I just know enough to be dangerous, but she really is the one behind the scenes. Her and Thomas, and she actually, I provided content, but she's the one that created this beautiful presentation. And so thank you, Marlene, and again, thank you, all of you, for your support.
Let's say this, there's no action needed on this. It's just a presentation, and we'll, there's no other comments. We'll move on to the next item, which is referral matrix. So we have no new referrals, but we do have a referral response. Mr. Spencer will give us that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, providing a preliminary response to referral 2024.12 from Supervisor Alejo. Here with me is Darby Marshall, our Housing Program Manager with HCD, and online is Florence Kobasa Green with our Facilities Department in Public Works, Parks, and Facilities. Should you have any facilities or housing questions? The referral submitted by Supervisor Alejo asks that we study the ability to use 1220 Natividad Road. This is a property at the corner of Natividad and Laurel, near the Health Department building on the Natividad campus, for a potential lease opportunity to help capitalize the Monterey County Local Housing Trust Fund. The board created a Monterey County Local Housing Trust Fund in 2022, capitalized by a variety of sources at that time, with the purpose of helping fund the retention and construction of new affordable housing projects, homeless shelters, and a variety of qualifying projects under that program. We have allocated, I'll have to look to Darby, but several $1 million towards housing projects out of that local housing trust fund. And through a state program, the local housing trust fund, as opposed to the Monterey County Local Housing Trust Fund, that's operated by State Department of Housing and Community Development, we do have the ability to get matching funds from the state for qualifying capital in our local housing trust fund. So essentially we can double the money in that fund as long as the money that's put in the fund is qualifying under the state program. So the concept here is to potentially reuse the property at 1220 Natividad Road for commercial purposes to capitalize the local housing trust fund that could then be qualified for matching funds through the state program. In exploring this for our preliminary response, we reached out to the Public Works, Parks, and Facilities, and particularly the Facilities Division. Florence is on the line. And we asked them essentially how we could partner in exploring this opportunity. They are in the very beginning of doing the, well, not the very beginning, in the middle, I suppose, of doing a facilities master plan project, and have come to the board with that proposal to hire Gensler to study in the use, highest and best use of a number of county properties, including this one. This is the old print print building, which is no longer in use, so there would have to be either the removal of that building or the repurposing of it. We did reach out to a couple of other departments who have expressed some interest over the years in the use of this property. The health department had been looking at it as potentially a facility to expand homeless sheltering, although that has not advanced. And the sheriff's department had looked at it in past, but no longer have need or use of it. Facilities and Florence suggested that we incorporate the review and ability to potentially have a long-term lease to provide some economic use of that property to fund the local housing trust fund. And that would be reviewed as part of the facilities master planning project. So that's our recommendation on the preliminary path forward to this. And I would see if Darby or Florence have anything to add, but that would conclude my presentation. And then we'd be available for questions.
Darby Marshall. The only thing I would add is we did mention to Gensler that the board has identified the desire to put housing at the 855 East Laurel Yard. And so with that in mind, I did ask them to also, as they were looking at the highest and best use of all county properties, to include the consideration of affordable housing in their recommendations for not just this site, but other sites, if it makes sense. So that's something that they will take into consideration.
So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Go ahead.
As a maker of the referral, thank you very much. And I know we're committed, and I agree with you, Darby, about always having that lens of where could we perhaps build affordable housing on our properties. But sometimes we also need projects that could generate income so that then we could actually build on those properties elsewhere, right? And this is one of those examples. I think before it was a print shop, when we did a tour, we thought it was also prior to that, the old ag commissioners and Waits office. Because if you go into the back parking lot, you'll see some infrastructure there that had to do with some of the vehicles they used at that time. But me and Supervisor Phillips had to walk through it. I was looking at my photos here on social media when we visited. It was in May of 2017 when we were looking at numerous sites, including the old Natividad Hospital, another building on the other side of the old Natividad Hospital, and I think 3 or 4 other sites when we were looking to open a permanent center that became the Share Center. But here we are 7 years later, and that building is sitting empty. It's not generating income. It's not serving any public purpose. It looks abandoned, blighted, and it's in a key part of the city. Right next to the health department, right next to the Natividad Hospital. There's a little shopping center diagonal to it there on Natividad and East Laurel. If there's a process, at least this is a beginning of a process of an analysis only to see what can we do with this property that either, in this case, perhaps generate income so that we could better utilize the trust fund that's available through the state. So that's where I'm going with this. I'm excited about it, but I think the community will be excited to see actually something be put there that would be to good economic use and revitalize that part of that neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Supervisor?
Yes, let's put our surplus facilities to productive use. Yes, we've agreed to fund facilities master plan. I think it makes sense to factor this parcel into that thinking. And yes, housing, and yes, sometimes we need to have revenue generating opportunities in order to fund the housing that we need. So I think let's continue to look at this as in the context of the facilities master plan. And I look forward to being able to move forward with both this as well as many of our sites so that we can be strategic and intentional about how we're investing in long-term thinking about our county properties.
go out to the public. Is there any, nobody in the chambers? Nobody online? Okay. No public comment. Back for any direction from the board on this, I guess, to just proceed. Do we need to have a motion on this, don't we?
You can give general direction.
General
if there's
direction.
consensus.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Go to County Administrative Officer comments.
Yes, just a couple comments acknowledging the work that Natividad Hospital team has done in fiscal year 23-24. This is a sort of recap. In that year, Natividad had 60,836 emergency department visits, 11,687 admissions, and provided trauma care for 1,488 patients. The emergency department completed the year 7 of Beta's quest for zero excellence in the emergency department. Natividad's comprehensive model birthing program is tailored to the individual needs of all women and delivered 2,381 newborns in that year. Natividad is one of only 78 healthcare organizations nationally to be recognized at the American College of Surgeons National Surgical Quality Improvement Programs for meritorious surgical care outcomes measuring patient safety and quality. Natividad's Sam Karas Acute Rehabilitation Center received a Top Performer Award for CMS quality metrics, scoring in the top 10% of facilities for 6 consecutive years, and has ranked in the top 3% for quality outcomes of 861 inpatient rehabilitation facilities. Just a final note, Monterey Herald's Salinas Reader's Choice recognized Natividad as the #1 best hospital in Salinas Valley for 2023 and 2022. The hospital was also voted #2 for best urgent emergency care. Natividad's Dr. Dustin Millward ranked #1 best podiatrist, and Dr. Minerva Perez Lopez was voted #2 best medical doctor primary care physician.
Go to board comments. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. It's been a great board meeting today. As we speak right now, the Big Sur Health Clinic is having its annual health fair in Big Sur. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to be leaving to attend the annual California LAFCO conference this week. My colleague, Wendy Rudasky, will be at the same meeting, which will be great. And then this Friday, the Big Sur Grange is hosting a very interesting film on wildfires called Elemental, Reimagine Wildfire. It's going to be Friday, October 18th at 6:30 at the Big Sur Grange. And after the film, there will be a question and answer opportunity for things. And this is the second weekend coming up of the artists at their studios event, and it's wonderful. There are lots of, this Saturday and Sunday, there will be a lot of artists' studios open, and the artists will be there, and you have an opportunity to purchase something or just watch the artist in action. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Adams thinks she's leaving in 5 minutes, and there's still 4 board comments to go on.
Here we go. I got about 9 loaded up here.
Unless she walks out on us.
It won't be the first time I walked out on a
Thank you,
gang
Mr.
like this.
Chair. No, I'll keep it brief, given Supervisor Adams' schedule. No, just playing. I want to thank and congratulate the City of King, Blue Zones, and all of their partners, including TAMSI, who made Ciclovia happen this weekend in King City. On Sunday, it was a beautiful event. There was so many people out in the street. It was hard to not walk 5 feet without saying hi to somebody I knew. It was really well attended. The community really turned out for the event. One of my highlights was Aaron Hernandez, who most of us know from the TAMSI staff, who lives in San Ardo, rode his bike all the way from San Ardo to the event in King City and home. And so that was kind of a cool tribute given what the day was about. But want to thank everybody who came out. I saw the DA's team was out there. We had social services. We had the health department. So many different agencies on the ground to provide resources to community, and the engagement was incredible. I also want to share that tomorrow night we'll be having a listening session in San Lucas I'm sure we'll hear about water, but probably other issues as well, but did want to definitely highlight that. And then I'll share that yesterday was my birthday, and to celebrate, my team and I actually closed the office for the majority of the day, and we went out to Braga Farms. I want to thank Braga for what they did, which was to have the 5th annual pumpkin drop with us, meaning we were able to collect about 250 pumpkins and take them down to the communities of far southern Monterey County, including Bradley, San Lucas, and San Ardo. And we were also able to drop some additional ones off at the Greenfield Community Science Workshop. We were able to get those pumpkins into the kids' hands, and it's definitely a rewarding experience. So there was no better way to spend my 39th birthday than out on the street delivering pumpkins. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thought it was maybe the 30th. Close enough. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, well, I want to wish our colleague Supervisor Lopez happy birthday. And I am trying to nominate or recruit him so he could represent us next year in the mother of all pumpkin competitions in Half Moon Bay. Wouldn't it be a great thing to have Monterey County bring home that trophy? So hopefully Team Lopez, Jasmine, and Chris will enter that next year for the county, the people of Monterey County. I just wanted to, first of all, we had many great events over the weekend. The Buddhist 100th anniversary celebration, Salinas Valley Pride, and the Filipino American History Festival in downtown Watsonville. All were great. Thank you to all the organizers. And I know coming up this week, we have the Natividad Foundation Awards Dinner and El Pájaro CDC 45th anniversary as well. That's the commercial kitchen for a lot of small businesses. And last but not least, we have set up our next coffee and conversation on Thursday, October 24th at 6 p.m. at, what's the name of the bakery? La Plaza Bakery in East Salinas. And this will be with Sheriff Tina Nieto and also our elections team to talk about what all the work they've done to outreach and to make voting easy for this upcoming November 5th election. So the public is invited to join us for coffee and conversation on October 24th, 6 p.m. Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Salinas Valley Pride was a ton of fun. I want to give extra special thanks to all of the county departments who came out to post their booths and spend the day. I think Child Support Services said it was their first time out, and they had some great conversations. And the health department said that they were able, at least in the morning when I'd stopped by, already able to provide more monkeypox vaccinations in just the first hour than they did the entire time last session, last event. So anyway, thanks to all the folks who made that so much fun. And then also just want to announce that tonight, Marina City Council will be hosting their city council meeting where they will be considering approval of the downtown specific vitalization plan. Approval of that plan will enable the health department to move forward with the new location of a Marina health clinic with a by right approval process. So we're looking forward to seeing that move forward, that approval so that the health clinic can move forward and expand the Marina Health Clinic by about 3 times its size, adding dental and tripling the number of Medi-Cal patients who are able to receive Medi-Cal benefits through primary care services in that community. So exciting things all moving forward. And I'll be headed to Cal OFCO tonight as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow on Wednesday between 6 and 7:30, we're holding, the county has an educational public forum on budget priorities. And going to be several presentations from a number of departments. You can find that link on social media, Instagram, our Facebook page, multiple places. I also want to point out that a week from tomorrow, Wednesday afternoon, 3:30, I can't remember exact time, the North Monterey County Foundation is holding an event at the Elkhorn Slough. And also on October 24th, my office is holding its annual town hall. We don't have an annual town hall, but we do in different communities, our annual town hall in Aromas, monthly town hall, I guess we should say. But this one specifically in Aromas. It'll be at the Aromas Grange between 5:30 and 7. It's actually sort of a Tri-County Town Hall. Same as with last year, we'll have a supervisor from Santa Cruz County, Felipe Hernandez, as well as San Benito County Supervisor Colin Kuzmicki there. And as I say, that's between 5:30 and 7. And I think that's really about it. I do know we have a couple of closing memories. Supervisor Lopez, you had one, and then I'll go to yours.
And there is no reportable action from closed session.
Thank you, Council. I want to adjourn today in honor of Bill Gittler. Most of us knew Bill Gittler as the voice of the radio in King City, KRKC, where he spent over 40 years voicing the issues, good and bad, for our community, being that person on the other end, sometimes of tragedy, letting folks know what was happening in our community. Bill was preceded in death by his wife, Mary Ann, and we are really going to miss him. Bill was the type of person who could make any place home, but he chose South County. He spent time in Philadelphia and Baltimore on the radio. He graduated from The Ohio State University, and he liked to make sure that people knew it was The Ohio State University. He passed away on October 11th. I have a really special memory of Bill. I had a really bad injury when I was in middle school. Rolled my ankle really bad to the point I needed a walking cast and couldn't finish out my sports year. And I was really bummed. It was early spring, and Bill happened to walk into my parents' car dealership and ask what I was doing the next week. And I said, well, going to school. And he said, see if you can convince your dad to not send you to school. We'll go to Arizona and watch some spring training. So I got to talked to my dad a little bit, and at first he said, no, what are you talking about? But in the end, I got to go with a VIP media pass around my neck to Arizona and meet some of my favorite players at the time, Miguel Tejada, Jason Giambi, and be essentially a 13-year-old walking the streets of Arizona alone, but acting like an adult. It was an incredible experience, and Bill made that possible for me when he saw the mood I was in from having to be in this walking cast. It was life-changing for me, and Bill was really an inspiring person in my life, and we're really going to miss him in South County. KRKC lives on. They keep their letters, and they are flying the flag extra high in Bill's honor. But thank you for a few moments today, Mr. Chair and colleagues, for us to adjourn in memory of Bill Gittler. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo, you have an adjournment too?
We put the image up, Hillary. Thank you very much. Everyone, we are adjourning in memory today in honor of the legendary Salinas boxing trainer, Max Garcia, who sadly passed away on Thursday, October 10th, 2024, at the age of 74. Max Garcia started training fighters 2 decades ago out of his East Salinas gym. He once set up a ring in his home to let boxers live with him while they trained. For Max Garcia, boxing became a family affair, along with his wife, Kathy Garcia, who acted as the manager, and his son, Sam, was assistant coach and trainer. Max Garcia spent his entire career training and mentoring and inspiring young champions from Salinas and all over the country of all backgrounds, dreaming of someday getting a shot at a world title fight. Most importantly, Max Garcia wanted to keep his young fighters out of the streets and teach them to be winners in life. He worked with world champions like Oscar De La Hoya, Triple G, Riddick Bowe, and took 3 fighters to the #1 world rankings, including Salinas natives Jose Celaya and Ruben Villa IV. Services for Max Garcia will be held on October 26th at Notre Dame High School Gym, followed by a celebration of life at the DRAC 4 Boxing Gym on 832 South Main Street in Salinas. I just wanted to personally express my deepest condolences to his amazing wife, Kathy, his son, Sam, and all his family, friends, and all the athletes that Max mentored throughout his career. I was just looking at a career, at an article of 10 years ago, April 4th, 2014, in the San Francisco Chronicle. The title was Room, Board, and Boxing at Max and Kathy Garcia's House. This article talked about how they brought in young athletes. It was a full-on commitment to these young athletes. They fed them breakfast. They fed them all their meals. They trained them. They took them to their fights, but they also taught them important values of life. Staying away, eating nutritiously, staying away from drugs and alcohol, and then preparing for life after boxing because they knew boxing was a tough sport and you needed to train these young people for all aspects of their lives. For me, that was just an example of what Max and Kathy stood for. They've committed their lives to their athletes. They were all in, and there's not too many people with that kind of commitment to our young people. So we want to today adjourn our meeting in memory of this amazing legend who left us, and he will be missed tremendously. May you rest in peace, Max Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn until next week, yes.